scenario. Welcome to Hasselbacken Chess Open. I'm International Master Jonathan Westerberg, and with me in a short while, Ulf Andersson will join me as well. So this is round 9, the last round of the tournament, and the tournament so far have been very tight in the top. At some point we had a shared lead with the 3 players, but none of them was able to win the last 2 games now, so we have a shared lead with 10 players. And since it's only 10 prizes in the tournament and no prizes are shared, I suspect that we will see some quite interesting games today, because no one can really play a draw in this last round, especially since we have so many players on 6 points, and they can come up to some of these players with 6 points will of course get 7 points. So I suspect that it will happen a lot in this round. Even the black players, even if they are lower rated, they must try to win this round as well, or they may not go completely crazy, but they don't really want a boring game. But usually the white player is the one who tries to do something unusual to already in the opening in a round like this. And on the first board we can see that we have Borki Predojevic. He's playing white against the top seeded Dmitry Andreikin. And Borki Predojevic, he had quite a slow start with a draw in round 3 and a draw in round 4. But then he been able to take 3.5 in the 4 last rounds, and he has not lost a single game in the tournament. He has 2 draws with the black color and 1 white draw. Dmitry Andreikin, of course, he played a draw in the 3rd round with the black pieces against Swedish Grandmaster Axel Smith. Then he was able to win 3 games in a row, and but now he has 2 draws in a row. But he is one of those players who haven't lost a single game. And on the second board we have Vidic. He's playing Zoltan Almasi today. Zoltan Almasi lost quite an important game against Sebastian Masse early in the tournament, but he won a pretty clean game yesterday against Benjamin Buk, and he was here in the studio showing his view on this game. Vidic was playing on the first board yesterday against Andreikin. What looked like it was quite interesting at some point, but then both players forced more or less the draw. On the third board we have Alon Greenfeld from Israel. He's playing white against Ilya Smirin, also from Israel. Smirin has, he's one of the top seeded players in this tournament, and he has basically been in the top from the beginning. Alon Greenfeld, on the other hand, he lost in round 4 and played a draw in round 5. So he was never really in the top in this tournament halfway through, but he has been able to win 3 games in a row now. In the last round he won against Sandro Marecco from Argentina, so he has come from behind, and even though both, I suppose that they know each other since they play for the same country and so on, but I suspect that both players will try to fight for the full point in this game. And especially, Ilya Smirin is of course a rating favorite in this game with 120 rating points. Then also on the 4th board we have Adhiban playing white against Mikhalevsky. And on the 5th board we have Jordan van Forest playing white against Tkachev. Tkachev was able to win a long and very crucial game yesterday against Sebastian Masse, who was the leader in this tournament before the 8th round. So if we look at the standing, we can see that we have this 10 players on 6.5. There will probably not be a winner in every game, which means that a couple of these players on 6 points of course have the chance to get into this top 10 places. But it's extremely important to win this last game for both players, and we can see that on the first board We have Borki Predojevic against Andreikin. Normally Borki Predojevic, I mean, he's very positional, calm player. I heard yesterday that he had something like 90 long games in a row without a loss. So normally he's, doesn't take too many risks. But in this game we can see that he goes with e4, and already, I mean, Andreikin normally doesn't play a move like g6. He's more because g6 normally invites to more complicated and dynamic play and chances for both sides, which means that already from move 1 we can see that Andreikin wants to get some unbalanced play. But apparently this g6 was not unbalanced enough for Borki Predojevic, so he goes with this very unusual h4 in the second move, which I guess I've tried it myself in 1 minute games on the internet or something, but it's really unusual to play it this early. And we see actually quite an interesting development here because, well, okay, the idea normally is just to go h5. Of course, after, for example, bishop g7, the idea is to go h5 and try to scare black away from castling maybe in the future, or just open the h file, or having this option of going h6. But we see quite an interesting opening here because Andreikin plays this move knight f6, so is threatening this pawn and somehow defending against this threat, even though white sometimes even gives this exchange here. So we see this move e5 and knight h5, and this is quite interesting because this opening actually exists without this move h4. After d4 here, there is an actually opening variation here that starts with knight f6. It's called, I think, the Norwegian rat defense or something. It's very unusual and probably not so good, but it has actually been tried by players like Magnus Carlsen, for example, and I think also, Nepomniachtchi, maybe Svidler. And here white goes e5, and now black plays knight h5. So we can see that this is, they basically play the Norwegian rat defense, but with this move h4 instead of this move d4. And the idea is that the knight will find this square g7, and when the knight is on g7, black normally tries to somehow break the center, or challenge, can also try to challenge this light squares. It's not known to be especially good, but this is of course a better version for black. But it's somehow different. I mean, white goes with this move bishop e2 now, so he's threatening to take this knight. So normally, normally the knight would drop back to g7, and with this move h4, this move h5 looks somehow makes sense now, but I'm not really sure. I mean, this is, I guess that this has basically never been played before, this position. I mean, you may consider even sacrificing this pawn if you can get the compensation in the center, and that's actually what he does. He plays this move d6 because maybe this is a little bit uncomfortable for black somehow. Normally, when the pawn is on d4, white doesn't have this kind of idea. So somehow d6 makes sense, and now the critical move must be to take here, of course. So this actually, I think it is actually a pawn sacrifice from black already here in move 4. And after g takes h5, we can take this pawn actually. I mean, the thing is that black now needs to get quick development in order to justify this pawn sacrifice. But I'm not sure. I mean, it looks very speculative in a way, but very interesting. I mean, on every move here, both players indicate that they just want to get a completely unusual game with the chances for both sides. So it will be interesting to see how the development will be now, because both players are thinking for themselves. I can never expect this to be a preparation from any of the players, really. And on the second board, we have Vidic against Almasi. And Almasi have used the Queen's Indian at least one time. I can maybe even recall 2 games. Queen's Indian is actually one of the most solid options against the d4. Um, but since he's playing black, he's probably expecting Vidic to try to do something, and that's why he can. Normally, when you're black in this last round that both players must win, it's easier to play solid with black in a way, because normally when the white player knows he must win, he's gonna push for the full point. Compared to this game where both players already are just doing some random moves now in the opening and getting a strange position. This game looks quite normal actually. Bishop a6, which is, we have mentioned this many times before because we have seen the Queen's Indian many times in this tournament. That this, of course, Bishop b7 is the old move, but Bishop a6, and black provokes this move b3, even though there are other options as well. So now we see this move d5. Yesterday, 2 days ago, Vidic won a game, very nice game against Hannes Stefansson from Iceland. I think Hannes played this move Bishop b4 check, which is the main move. Black goes for d5 now. Bishop g2. So this pawn is not really hanging since we have this knight e5 move. So now bishop b4 check, bishop back. So this maneuver, classical maneuver from actually different openings, but the idea is to, black is saying that this bishop is misplaced or that it must be developed to f4 in order not to lose time, rather than going to b2. And this pawn will, it's also a little bit weaker now. So in this position, not really. Yeah, so black may, since the bishop now is on d2, black may be threatening to take on c4, for example. Sorry. For example, if white castles, this may be playable. I'm not completely sure. The idea was that if I play, because we cannot start with taking and playing knight e5 since we have this bishop d5 move, but the idea was that maybe we can. The idea was to take on d4, but maybe we can take on d4. I'm not completely sure. But we can at least see that this d4 pawn is weaker now with the bishop on d2. And white may, even if black wasn't threatening this, white may probably be forced to take on d5 eventually. So he took immediately. Black takes with his pawn and white castle and knight c3, rook e8, rook b1. So this bishop now black played the bishop a6 in the fourth move. We can see that it is quite useful on this diagonal, putting pressure here on e2, for example. If we should discuss plans for the players here, normally black goes for a move like c5 later, playing with the hanging pawns here in the center. Even though the bishop may be slightly okay, it can be okay. So playing with the hanging pawns, for example, after c5, and white can play with different ideas. Normally we see, he played this rook b1 move. It's a clear sign that white wants to go with this b4 move. So this idea is maybe just to take space on the queen side, even trying to go b5, but it also maybe prevent the black idea of going c5. I guess c5 can already be playable for black here, after which the rook may not belong here anymore. And okay, what white wants to do is play this rook must move to e1 at some point. Let's say knight c6. Eventually white would like to take. Now black is probably almost in time to go d4 now, but in general white would like to maybe play something like this, maybe put the bishop on this diagonal, even though this looks actually too slow for white. I didn't really like this move, rook e1. Sorry, rook b1, c5. I mean, another idea is also to challenge this c5 square with a3 and b4, but this a3 pawn is already hanging. If we take on d4, c5 looks okay. I don't really know these lines. It's possible that they are still in some theory. We can maybe we can take on c5. The problem is that this bishop is working quite good here now, so we can. I mean, for example, black may already take with the bishop. Maybe we have this knight. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So now we cannot move the knight since e2 is hanging. So it's a little annoying actually. So after c5, I'm not really sure what he's planning to do here. Okay, we get back to this game later. We go to the game between Greenfeld and Smirin. So Smirin is normally a King's Indian player. We could see him 2 rounds ago playing black in the King's Indian against it was against Seturaman or Adhiban. I cannot really remember. But okay, so Ulf Andersson will join me now, and we will continue to commentate the games. Vi behöver kanske ingen paus. Vi kör på. So yeah, we can go back to the I just checked board 1 and 2, so we are on board 3 now.
Yes.
And we have 10 players with shared lead, so all players of course want to win this round in order to get a prize at least. So Greenfeld against Smirin, and we see King's Indian. We had this position earlier in this tournament between Almasi and Sebastian Mase, a game that black won with the black won. I think that, yeah, so now we see Greenfeld taking on e5. What Almasi did in this game was to play d5, and after knight b8 he went with b4. And Mase was here in the studio, and he said that Almasi was already very disappointed with his move b4. Yes. After a5,
yes,
and he never managed to play this move c5 in the whole game.
Yes.
So I mean, taking on e5, is it? I think it's considered maybe the main move. I'm not really sure actually.
No, I believe the common move is d5 here. Yeah, and then maybe knight e7 even, yeah. And then e4 this, and then the game continues. Yeah. I've
also seen c5 already in this position.
That is.
I've seen this in some games.
Yes, it is maybe possible too, but
it's not completely clear. But
no. But
if you play after 97, if you play e4, it's normal again.
This game, Greenfield Smirin, I'm sure it will be a draw. But
you think so?
Yes, of course, it is clear. But I'm thinking of the other players here. Adhiban,
we can see Adhiban against Mikhailevsky yesterday. He had a very unusual end game against Vladimir Onishuk. He was able to win with queen against 2 knights in the end.
Yes.
Maybe it was the last game of the round yesterday.
But they have an interesting position there.
So Adhiban was the one who played the Samish against the King's Indian in the game against Smirin 2 rounds ago.
Yes.
So this f3 move, I mean, it's a way of playing the Samish again. So the reason he does this is because Mikhailevsky is a Grünfeld player.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it could play like this.
Yes.
But he is expecting d5 after knight c3.
Yeah.
So that's why he plays f3.
Still
he goes with this d5.
Yeah.
But now we see that black doesn't have this trade on c3 after e4 that black normally does. Knight b6, knight c3. So the right idea is that this knight is worse than this knight.
Yes.
Bishop g7, bishop d3. So this, I think I've seen actually Adhiban playing this variation before against some really strong players. But this variation is seen from time to time in the elite, even among the best players in the world.
Yes.
I can remember some victories by Nakamura, for example, against he won a game against Caruana. Magnus Carlsen has played this as well.
Yes.
e5. They can also play with knight c6 if I can recall. But
yes.
I'm not really sure about this. e5.
c6, yeah.
And now h4.
Yes.
So he's just gonna try to mate black here.
Yes.
That's his main idea, of course.
Yeah.
To play bishop h6 and take on g6 and take on g7 and give mate.
Yes.
So knight f6.
Yeah.
Takes and castle.
Yeah. Bishop d7.
King b1.
Yeah. Knight h3.
And e4.
E4. Yes.
So very interesting.
Yes.
It's quite a typical move in the King's Indian, for example, when both players have castled in different directions to open the diagonal for this bishop.
Yes.
So, because black would like to organize some attack against the white king, and white wants to mate the black king. So the position is already unbalanced. And but I'm not really. You can see at Adhiban's clock he's up 8 minutes on the clock from the beginning of the 20 moves.
Yeah. Yes.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
So d6, e takes f3, g takes f3, knight a4.
Yeah.
So I suspect that this is some kind of theory.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it could be his own.
Yeah, but Michalewski have also played relatively fast.
Yes,
because they have played 20 moves. But
yes, that is true.
I'm not really sure. Michalewski, he's quite a known player. I can suspect that maybe he has even written some books. I'm not really sure.
No, I don't know.
But I think he always plays the Grünfeld, for example.
Yeah.
So knight g5 is also very interesting. Just letting this rook on d1 stand there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's black to move here. And the position is, of course, very unclear because, white has this very strong pawn on d6. Both players have some prospect of attacking the other's king, but it feels like the white king is slightly more safer now.
Yeah, probably. But I don't know. This is hard to judge. I don't know what to.
We can try to take the rook.
Yeah.
It's the first thought in Michalewski's head, of course.
And
you can also start with this check.
It's also possible. Yeah.
I guess it forces king a1.
And then to take.
Then take. Maybe he doesn't even want to take this bishop now.
No, you mean like...
he can also take, but maybe he has some other interesting move here. This may be interesting. I'm not sure.
No, I don't believe.
Knight e6.
Knight e6 maybe, but...
And the queen doesn't have too many squares. You cannot go to any of these squares.
No.
Therefore,
like this, yeah.
And the queen.
d7.
Yeah, on e8 this is not completely clear after queen takes e6, but queen d7 looks more natural.
Yeah.
But even here it doesn't need to take. There are like options like bishop h3 maybe. Because if you take, I mean, this doesn't look too promising for white. But actually, I mean, we also have this bishop h3 move here. You can take with the rook, of course, but then it's better for white with this pawn now. But
yeah, I don't know. It's not clear.
I don't think he will play it. I mean, bishop h3 may be interesting here to give this check, and then sacrifice on h7. But because imagine.
Maybe not bishop c2 check anyway, because it doesn't.
Yeah, you can have this check on the way back.
There is no.
You can give this check on the way back, maybe defending better. On f5 or something.
Yes, that is better.
My idea with bishop h3, let's say that you don't
just check in bishop f5, and
but the idea, just to show the idea, like after a6, you just pass. My idea was to play like this and take here. And now take here as well.
Yes, yes.
And this is mate, actually.
Yes.
So bishop h3 involves a threat of mate, actually. I mean, hard to tell. I mean, bishop a4 was.
Oh, wait, can you? Yeah, maybe even rook c2 is a move here. It's also because
you want to maybe sacrifice here at some moment.
Yeah, or just move the knight, or sacrifice. Yeah.
Maybe queen b4.
That's probably.
There's also move. A check here and defending here again. Queen b4 looks okay.
Well, yes, this is good move. That's a good move. Yeah.
I mean, this is probably the most critical move, but I mean, black maybe doesn't have some. I mean, queen d7 cannot be played because of bishop h3.
Yes.
But okay, taking can take, because then on this move we played this check, actually, and after king a1 we go bishop f5 at least.
Yeah, that is winning. So
we always get back. No, we will always be down material.
Yes.
So we cannot.
We have to take on the.
Then we have to take.
But this is.
It's still interesting.
The white diagonal is dangerous from a2 to g8. This is.
Yeah, and even from this direction. I mean, and the black queen cannot really. It's hard to move here for black. I mean, and if we try, I mean, h6, we can always get back the exchange, and then white should be better always.
But better to try in that case rook c6 perhaps. That could be a move, but
it looks dangerous.
Sure. Yeah, everything is dangerous here. With this diagonal, you can. Yeah.
And if we give check, you go king h8. And we don't really want to take the exchange here, I think.
Well, maybe not.
Better to try to keep the initiative here somehow. What do we do here? We cannot take here, I think. We can give a check, king h8. Take. And it's hard to really tell what's happening. But rook c6 looks okay, yeah, because you want to take with the rook.
But still, it's always unclear this.
But it's white to have the initiative.
Yes, white has initiative, but maybe black can play exact and then to be okay, because then the white king could be in danger on the long diagonal h8 to a1, because it's a good bishop on g7.
Yeah.
But it's interesting.
Very interesting. We have this game. These players are also in shared lead.
Both are in shared lead. Yes.
I think Van Forest played this exact position earlier in the tournament as well.
Yeah.
And now, I think he went with h3 and some in the last in this game, the other game, but he goes with a4 now.
Yeah.
So normally the idea is to also play a4. A5, sorry. Black normally goes with maybe rook e8 or something. But the idea is to take some space, and after a6. Okay, the obvious idea is just to trap the bishop, of course. If you play a move like rook e8, white already wins a piece. So black must play a6 or a5. Goes with a6. Now h3. Bishop a7. Knight b2. The other purpose with this move is, of course, to give the bishop a square here on a2, so black cannot take the bishop here with knight a5. e8. b4. And b4 is, I mean, it's an interesting move because it somehow transposes to the Italian wing attack. Actually, after in this position you can play with c3, and after knight f6 you can already play b4 here, and after bishop b6 we can go d3, castle, and a4. Normally they go with a6. You can also play a5, but a6, something like this, and later white goes with knight bd2 and so on. This is it's quite uncommon. I think it's called the wing attack. But the difference is in the game is actually this move bishop a7 was played in one move. It didn't have, I mean, in the wing attack it goes from c5 to b6 to a7 actually. So this position looks to me like black is one tempo up in the Italian wing attack that is not known to give white any advantage. But rook e8 is not the most common move. Normally in this b4 variation, black uses the idea of going knight e7, knight g6. Instead we see that he goes with this bishop e6 move. He takes this. By the way, this wing attack is have been used quite a lot by Georgian Grandmaster Badur Yobava. So rook takes e6, queen c2. So it's still, I mean, the character of the game is very similar to normal Italian or Ruy Lopez. Queen d7. So white have some space here on the queen side, but he normally doesn't want to do anything with this pawn for a while. He can push this move a5 at some point also, but I mean, the general idea for white is to play maybe knight c4, later maybe even g3 and king g2, knight e3, maybe play a5, put the bishop. No, sorry. Normally white actually exchange the bishop and e3. For example, here knight c4. Let's say this move. Maybe, I'm not sure, or anything. Normally white goes with a5, but this move may be strong now. But the idea normally is to just try to exchange these two bishops and try to play with this move g3. But I mean, all this is, I mean, it's known to be more or less equal actually. So in general, I think this position is very solid for black. Can go to the game also between Shirov and Erik Thörn. Erik Thörn is actually one of the best two Swedish players in this tournament, even though his elo in this tournament is only slightly above 2200. It is Erik Thörn, and it is also, we have one more Swedish player on 6 points, and that's Dan Kramling, who played a draw yesterday against Konstantin Landa. So here we see Erik Thörn playing against Alexei Shirov, and Shirov doesn't have really good chances of coming top 10 in this tournament. Even though, I mean, he's a huge rating favorite in this game with like maybe 408 or 80 elo points, but he's only on let's see, 6 points or 5.5.
I think 6 points.
6 points.
He can be. All the players with 6 points have a chance to be for sure among the first players. Yes.
But maybe it's Shiro, because Shiro may have quite good bush holds because he was winning some games in the beginning.
But it depends how many of those players who are leading, how many of them will make draws today. Or if somebody can win, perhaps. But
so we see normal Rui Lopez, but with this move bishop g4. So we saw this position early in the tournament, and h3 is considered to be the main move.
Yes.
In order to stop this bishop g4 move. But this is also playable because we have this move bishop e3 since knight e4 fails to bishop d5. So the positions can, I mean, take shape of some kind of Benoni structure usually here.
Yes.
Knight a5, bishop c2, goes with knight c4, the bishop drops back, and now c5.
b3 is okay.
b3,
knight b6,
knight bd2,
knight bd2, and
rook c8, and h3.
Yeah.
So
white keeps the tension for a while. The question is if he would take on f3, knight, take recapture, but this would be okay for black if the center was closed. Maybe then it's maybe a decent Benoni.
But here white also have the option of going e5 maybe.
Yeah, this is the
and
danger.
If you take the knight, can become really strong here.
Yeah, no, cannot take on there, but only with the bishops on the board he can take on d4 perhaps. But the question is
maybe drop back.
If he goes to bishop h5, yeah, but it's a dangerous move to make also, because the bishop can be kind of offside on on h5 or g6 maybe.
Can we play e5 here?
Maybe, but well,
maybe it's
square on d5. Maybe it's
and then I wanted to. And if I play knight e4, you can play bishop g6. I mean, let's say something like this, knight d5. My idea was to go something like this, but bishop g6 is.
Yeah, here.
Payback is okay.
Good for black. Yeah, but maybe g4 and followed by d5. Maybe it is trying for too much, but also weakening the white king.
Yeah.
I don't like that either.
Maybe a move like this.
Yes. And so maybe he should just develop the bishop instead here. Maybe bishop b2, for instance. Seems rather logical, at least.
You can also try to go for this idea again.
Yes.
So it looks slightly more pleasant for, and they play bishop h5. It looks slightly more pleasant for white to play.
But black's position is quite solid anyway. And he came out with all the pieces and nothing special for white. Just that he has the white pieces, but that doesn't mean anything special.
But bishop b2 looks normal.
Normal, yes.
And let's say we make a move, just rook e8. Maybe actually rook can be good here also, but
yeah. I don't know. They're different. Well, if he has,
you can also take at some
plan.
Let's say queen c7 maybe.
Yeah, it's also playable. Yes. Yes.
The idea was that if I play knight f1, maybe it's okay to take here.
There are a number.
We can play rook c1 here actually.
Yeah, this is.
But at some point, black must release the tension in the center. Maybe. I mean, if white can play like this, and maybe even knight here, and go to f5 and so on, and then play d5. It looks like in a position like this, it's already very dangerous for black. if we get all this. Therefore, it feels like in the right moment, black should release the tension in the center somehow.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah.
I mean, let's say that we just put the bishop here now. But okay, maybe this. Okay, rook. So let's say rook e8. What I want to do is play bishop g6, take on d4, play knight fd7, and something like bishop f6, and having the option of going knight c5 or knight e5 maybe. So let's say with that white follows this plan. Maybe let's say I take now. Okay, I cannot play this actually. I cannot play rook because now we can take on f3 and the bishop is hanging, so we must take with the pawn.
Yes.
So it's actually not so easy to move. Then we must start maybe with rook c1. We can always play d5, I guess.
Yeah, then then we have this kind of Benoni position again. And it's a question of taste, no?
And black,
what you prefer.
But black can play like position. This and bishop f6, and somehow it's okay for black.
But it's kind of question of taste for white, because white will make the decisions here now.
I start with rook c1 maybe.
Yeah, that's possible too. Yeah.
And let's say that I take now. Bishop takes and knight fd7. I just want to go bishop f6 now. Hope to trade these bishops and get find some square for this. Let's say knight f1, bishop f6, maybe.
Maybe knight f1 is not so good here. Maybe something else. But I don't see exactly the plan. The plan. It is.
But the only real way for black of releasing the tension is to take here on d4. For example, here c4 is never good, I guess. We can just take it, and if you take with the pawn, we have bishop c3, and this is completely wrong for black.
Yes.
You cannot challenge the center anymore, and d5 is never possible as well. So we can maybe we can also look at Don Kramling's game. We played what you call a dubious variation yesterday against Landa, but somehow he actually got into an endgame with an extra pawn, even though Landa was able to hold this. And today he plays black against Sebastian Masse, who was leading the tournament before the round yesterday, but he lost a long game against Tkachev. They played queen and knight versus queen and knight, and then Tkachev was able to trade off queens and win a knight endgame.
Now he has bad luck, Kramling. So
he's black again.
Because he got black again. Yeah, was bad luck. Yeah.
But he played good yesterday. He could have won with the black pieces yesterday also.
Yeah, he had a very good position.
So Don Kramling normally, he's the older brother to Pia Kramling, and they have played a similar openings through many years. Both Don and Pia have played, for example, Benko Gambit against d4, but against e4 they played different kind of Sicilians involving e6 and a6, for example, the Khan, but also the Taimanov and so on. So here we see the Khan variation with the c4. The main move nowadays, I think, is bishop d3, and after bishop c5, knight b3, bishop e7. There are some variations with queen g4 and so on. The other move is also knight c3. After black have some options like d6. I think d6 is recommended by Johan Hellsten in his book on the Sicilian Khan, but also b5 is quite popular nowadays. But instead we see this move c4. The idea is to try to get this grip of the black position with a Marozzi bind. So if white can do whatever he wants, he just simply wants to develop his pieces and control black here. So normally we get kind of a hedgehog position from this opening. Knight c3 and d6. The other moves are also bishop b4 in this position. You have played this opening yourself? Yes.
Yeah, but this is normal move. Yes, he makes some normal moves, but then he start to play strange because black is very bad in this moment.
I mean, G6 is quite unusual here. I know this. I mean, this G6 move is. I mean, it's a typical idea actually to get a bishop here. But normally, when you play with this G6, you actually start with B6. I think in this position, and after castle, you play bishop B7, and you're threatening to take this pawn. And if white were to play this move F3. Then you can play this move G6, if I can recall. But I mean, I cannot really say that I know. But G6,
you can see
I think it's quite unusual in this move order.
But he's
Knight B3.
Playing badly, I think. He's losing almost, yeah.
And then, so the pawn on D6 is quite weak.
Yes. And
E5,
Knight E8, and Knight A4. Now, well, he's losing a pawn. Knight A4, yeah, this. There's no defense against Knight B6, or, for instance.
So it's already lost.
Yeah, after Knight D7, the pawn is hanging. He made some bad moves there.
But it's very strange because you have played the Khan for many years.
Yeah.
So this I mean, for example, this G6 move. It cannot be something he came up with under the game.
Yeah, it's possible, but
the D6 pawn here is already very.
It's not needed to play bishop D7. You can just play simple. If you
I mean, often here you can play with bishop E7.
No, but G6 is okay if you just continue with Knight D7 and Queen C7 and B7, then you have control then.
Yeah.
But and now he loses control on D6.
It's too early.
Yeah. Yes, and then.
Because a normal idea, I mean, after bishop E7, let's say bishop E3,
just
castle.
Normal moves
because later a normal idea for black is actually to even play G6 and now reroute the bishop to G7.
Yes.
It's a common idea, but you must protect this pawn first.
Yeah, but
it cannot be weak when you put the bishop on G7.
He did something bad. He made some shablon moves, and then after Knight A4, it's just.
But then he must play Knight E8.
Knight E8 is a good move. Well, it's the only move.
Doesn't look so good, but
no, it's a good move. It's a good move, but I think.
But it's hard to develop the pieces for black.
But then you proceed with the same thing, B6, Knight D7, and so on. But
maybe H4 is even interesting.
I don't believe to push on H4. Playing just normal moves, but he played Rook D8.
But okay, if we try this again,
Knight D7 is coming always. That's why in the game he cannot because the pawn is falling.
But they play possible to play C5 because if you take the rook is.
Yeah, but it's possible in the game too. He could have played C5.
But
he played E5.
Yeah, but the rook is not here. I mean, the difference here is that often.
Yeah, here you can play C5 too, but then you probably D5.
Yeah.
But here E5, it's a blunder by black after Knight A4. It's a blunder.
And he played Knight D7. White took the pawn.
Yeah.
And Queen C6.
If he wins the pawn back.
But it's okay. But apparently, I mean, it's already lost here.
If not, it's lost. Yes, if he doesn't win the pawn back.
So he's threatening to take this knight now, but maybe we have some clever move here.
Probably just go back with the knight.
It's also hanging maybe on G2. But
yeah, that is true.
But maybe we have some strong move here.
Yeah. That is true. G2 is hanging.
So we cannot play any move here. I mean, I was thinking about this Queen A5 actually.
That is a good move.
Threatening this rook and protecting knight.
Yeah, and B6 is forced. And you just take another pawn
with the knight. Yeah.
Yes. And
this is completely over. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, now this doesn't matter too much. We can always just play rook F1 and black. I mean, he's already losing more material.
Yes.
After Queen A5 was played, by the way.
Yes.
So what do I mean? If you you cannot really defend the. I mean, the queen is almost trapped as well.
So this is, but maybe early morning game, so to say, things can happen.
But he had played a good tournament.
Yes.
But this game is just complete disaster now.
Yes.
No, of course it was. I mean, it was a long time since Don Cramling played a tournament. Or even a chess game maybe, but in this tournament he have been doing quite well. I mean, he, for example, won a game against Erik Blomqvist. Yesterday he held a draw with, I mean, Landa, with the better chances against Konstantin Landa. But okay, he doesn't play so much. I mean, it's hard to tell, but it looks like he have been in good shape in this tournament.
Yes.
But this game is complete disaster now, I think.
Yes.
I cannot even see what black is doing. I mean, let's say we protect the rook here with bishop f6. I mean, we have so many options here. Bishop f3 is of course the first move that comes to mind, but maybe black can take this pawn. But you also have, I guess. I mean, you can simply castle.
Yes.
And black doesn't even have a move here.
No. Yeah,
and this is it's horrible.
Let's see something else.
Knight. Yeah, it's also.
Yes, also.
Yeah, then he must take on g2.
Later. After knight takes d6, maybe knight d4, but castle is normal move.
Yeah, I don't think you can take this pawn on d6.
No.
I mean, just now. I mean, bishop f3 may already be winning.
Yes.
This, I mean.
Yeah, this is all is wrong. Let's continue with something else. This game we can forget.
We have an interesting position here. This game looks interesting between Onishuk and Hedman.
Ah, yes.
Looks unusual, at least. So we have this Rossolimo with d6 and e5. So what black wants to do is, I mean, he has this double pawns, but he would want to control the center. And normally in this line, black tries to go for f5 as well, open up the king side. So white usually, tries to undermine the center with c3 and d4, and black goes with f5. d4. I think I've seen this line before, but it gets quite interesting.
Yes. So.
e7, bishop f4, bishop f5, queen a4. So this is the position. I'm not sure if it's still in theory, but it looks quite interesting, because black can be doing really fine here if he's in time to develop his pieces and castle with this strong center. But white, of course, have the is faster here somehow. Maybe he will try to play f3 in the next move. I'm not really sure what black is. Maybe h6 looks okay. And the question is now what he wants to do. I mean, I can even imagine him sacrificing almost here on e4, for example. Because we don't really want to play knight h3 now. So h6 is quite it's a quite concrete move in this position. I expect him to sacrifice almost. Cannot really see any other moves now.
Yeah.
So let's say that we sacrifice, and we take with the bishop probably. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But then we take, and now this looks very promising for white. Maybe even queen takes. It's hard to develop the pieces for black.
Yeah, it's dangerous position. Yeah.
This is a big threat because queen f7 doesn't exist, because queen takes c6.
Yes.
And let's say we can also take with the pawn. And now we take. You cannot take here since it would transpose. But it's hard to see how black gets out with the pieces here.
Yes. He must probably something else than h6.
Yeah.
H6 just helping.
But the problem is that both pieces want to go to e7 somehow. You can try to play maybe knight h6. But I mean, this sacrifice, maybe it's still okay. But now we go f3, I guess.
F3 is better, maybe better. Yeah, I don't know.
You can also go bishop e7. Looks okay. I mean, also moves like c4 exists, since this is a threat now and you cannot play d4. But it will be, I mean, very interesting play already from the opening. Should we go back maybe to the game on board 1? Because this was a very unusual opening. e4, g6, and now h4. So this is maybe not your favorite opening you have seen in this tournament. Bishop e2 and d6. So I mentioned that there is an opening actually called the Norwegian rat defense that Magnus Carlsen and some other players have used. It goes like this, and after e5 you play knight h5. And the idea is to, after, for example, bishop e2, now we drop back to g7, and black can try to play d6, but normally it tries to go with c6 and d5, tries to play on the light squares and so on. The difference here is that we have this move h4 rather than d4. So after bishop e2, this move knight g7 is maybe a little bit premature now, because this move h5 exists. Therefore he actually sacrifices the pawn already with d6. So if white wants, he can accept this pawn like this, but maybe black gets enough counterplay here somehow. I don't know how really. Maybe knight c6. But it's, I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, they are just even d4 looks d4 looks strange, because now black forces an endgame, which looks okay for black somehow. Bishop e6. I didn't like this move d4. The endgame looks okay for black.
Yes, black is good, I think, in the endgame. Yeah.
He should try to take the pawn, maybe. Or at least take... how do black get counterplay here? I mean, we can play knight c6.
Yeah, here he gets out with the pieces. Yeah.
It's difficult actually it's easier to play this with black. So maybe, I mean, this h4 move is not really a serious move. And after d4 we have an endgame where black, it looks like black is fine here.
Now bishop e6 is good because he wants to castle queenside, I believe it.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
And this is the position is black to move, so he's somehow ahead in development. He actually just wants to take this pawn as well.
Yeah, h4 doesn't fit here.
No.
That is, yeah, I don't like it so much.
This looks fine for Andreikin.
Yeah, black is fine.
Maybe more than fine. I mean, the opening doesn't look like a success for Borky in this game.
No.
And on the second board we had a more slow start between Vidic and Sultan Almasi, and he plays the Queen's Indian for at least the second time. So he goes with d5 rather than bishop b4 check. And here he took immediately. Knight c3, rook e8. So, well, normally black goes with c5 at some point, and he may get these two hanging pawns on d5 and c5. White play this move rook b1 after rook e8. But what is really White's plan in this position? For me it looks easier to play with black somehow.
Like, well, he plays. We can see the moves.
Yeah.
He just develops normally.
I expected here after rook b1. I expected c5 immediately.
Yes, you can do that too.
Because it's hard for black to play against the hanging pawns with this pawn on e2 now.
Yeah.
I just wanted to play knight c6. And it looked like black was quite active, but instead he played slower here. Played with rook e8, rook
e7,
b4, and now we play c5.
Yeah.
So now it's more likely to get maybe an isolated pawn.
Knight e5. Okay. Now, yeah, now
rook c8.
Rook c8. He did rook c8. Yeah. That is probably good.
So very unclear pawn. The pawns in the center.
Yeah. Well, the threat is now to take, either pawn actually on b4 or d4. But
this
because
looks
of rook c8. Rook c8 is.
I don't know what he wants to do. I mean, this is the normal move, but it's still pressure on d4.
Yeah.
After b takes c5.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, d4 is hanging. Yeah.
So what? I mean, can we play really? I wanted to play b5 also maybe, but it looks like you can take on d4.
Yes.
And then e5 is hanging as well.
Yeah, that is.
What can we?
Yeah, what to do? What to do here?
Maybe it can take on d7. I don't know.
Queen takes.
Yeah, it looks fine for black.
Yes. Yeah, I don't see anything clear for.
No, I don't know really what white's idea is. I mean, b5 doesn't look too impressive after c takes d4. I mean, what can we do here with white?
Well, now you can do knight c6.
Yeah, my idea was to take it with the rook.
Yeah,
maybe.
and take. Yeah.
Take here.
It takes on d7. And takes so, but
black is a pawn up.
Yeah, it's a
pawn
for exchange. It's a pawn for exchange, but maybe it's a very good position. Let us see how that position that you made. Maybe that's.
He
maybe
took on d5.
He took so.
That was.
Yeah.
That was what happens.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
But what happens after knight takes d5?
Just take back.
Yeah, I wanted to take on e5.
And there.
That was.
And there you
win a piece.
Yeah, but what is he doing?
Yeah, he must play. What is he doing?
No, cannot be. Maybe. No, it's not enough. It's not enough.
But what is the idea?
But he's a piece. Oh, yeah, he's a piece down. Yeah, what was the idea? There must be some trick somewhere. There must be some trick.
Like you said yesterday, the Indian players have many tricks.
Yes, they play for tricks all the time. Yes.
I mean, he cannot have blundered a piece. He must have something here. After knight takes d5. After this move, you can always take on e7. So this must be the move. Now he must have a trick. You cannot take on d5. You cannot take on d7. I mean, it must be knight takes f7.
Yeah.
But how can this work?
If you let's try this, because how many? It's 2 pawns now. Yes.
You must take with the king.
Yeah, ambition. 2 pawns. He has 2 pawns for the piece, and maybe
king f8.
Yes, and maybe. Well, b5. He can do b5. That is
the idea.
That is the idea. That is the idea.
Trick.
Yeah. This is. Or if
it's not completely. I mean, you can take, and after rook takes knight f6 is also.
Yes.
But you can maybe play like this, and after c takes, you can maybe
Queen b3, I think. No, yes.
Bishop d3.
Yeah.
And
white is better, guaranteed
yeah.
better. The bishop can go back to g2 also.
Black, of course, doesn't need to allow this.
Maybe it was a little blunder by Almasi.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it feels like he doesn't want to allow this.
No. Yes. Yeah.
But I guess he can. Can he play other moves here?
You can take. You can take on deep.
But then
what can you do? Is it possible?
Take on e.
Yeah, that is possible.
I also have this idea again. Let's say we can. It's actually already very strange.
No, yeah, there he should take. Yeah, well. If we to take on f6 maybe.
And after, yeah, you cannot. You must take with the bishop. If you take with the knight, we have b5.
Yeah.
Looks winning almost. So you must take with the bishop then.
And
then we can maybe take on here again. With the idea of b5.
Yes.
It's not complete. It's not completely clear, but the same idea exists at least.
Yes.
Very interesting play here by Vidic.
Yes. White is better in these variations.
Because he will. I mean, he may not win material, but he can get the bishop here and maybe a strong pawn on a6 in an open position.
Yeah.
And if he can take on f7, the black king will be weaker.
Yeah, I think the black king is in danger more here. If he's losing the white squared bishop somehow, then maybe this early morning round it shows. Yeah.
And
the second dubious thing here so far of those of the leaders. Yeah.
Very interesting play by Vidic.
Yes.
You can see we have an end game here between Greenfeld and Smirin from the King's Indian.
Yes.
And you said that this game would end in a draw already after a couple of moves.
Yes, it is normal for them.
Normal.
They want to have to save guaranteed prize money, both of them, and they will be at least
they will
tied fourth place or something like this. No.
Maybe not Greenfeld. His Buchholz is not the best.
But they will tie the fourth, fifth place because they have the same points.
Yeah, but the prizes are not shared.
Yeah, but they tie the places. They tie. They tie the places fourth to or fifth to something. Because, but maybe even higher. They
yes, I mean, I guess Smirin can win the tournament if he wins this game. He has the best Buchholz. He can win the whole tournament if he wins this tournament.
Yes.
If he wins this game.
Yeah, well, but he will tie with the first place in that case. Maybe if other people win to other place, some other game might be some victory for one of the I don't know. Predojevic and Andreikin is a fight.
But they don't tie the places. I mean.
But if they have the same points, then they have the same points maybe.
Yeah, but the prices are not shared.
Yeah, but that's another story. Yeah, that's another story. But
I mean, if Smirin can win the tournament with a victory, it's quite a huge difference for his price at least.
Yeah.
If he can win this game.
Yeah.
That's why I thought that Smirin would like to try to win this game, since he's also clearly a higher rated player.
Yeah,
but we will see what happens. White is very solid in this position anyway. And, I mean, the position is roughly equal, I guess.
Yes.
So we'll see. I mean, it requires a lot for white to win, for black or for white to win this position.
Yes, of course.
This was very interesting.
Go back a little bit. Yeah.
But this was interesting.
Down there.
Adhiban again.
This game, yes.
Looked like Adhiban. I mean, he played very fast. He was up 8 minutes on his clock after 20 moves in a very, very sharp free f3 against Grünfeld.
Yes.
And here after bishop takes a4, he let his rook just hang on d1 and played knight g5.
Yeah.
And here we were
takes.
Yeah, he took. Yeah, he took back.
And queen a5. Yeah, it's logical play.
Bishop b3.
And yeah, king and bishop d3. Yeah, is also dangerous. Yeah, he wants to.
According to
dangerous. Yes.
According to this, engine is simply winning actually for white.
Yeah, or is it winning or advantage? I don't know.
I don't know how much. I don't know this computer, but it says it's very white at least.
It looks
it looks white.
dangerous. How to defend?
Yeah, I mean the obvious threat is I don't know which. I mean bishop takes g6 or knight takes h7.
Yes.
I mean this is a couple of quite serious threats.
Yes.
It's hard.
Hard to defend against this. Yeah, this is very difficult. Yeah.
What looks extremely dangerous for black.
Yes. Yeah, this is knight h5.
Maybe we can knight h5.
I think if knight take h7
but then the queen
knight h7 doesn't work here, no. But something else there should be many moves, yeah.
I mean simply we always have knight f7 check, but it's maybe not so clear because you can maybe take and play queen e5 and you have a threat here on b2.
Yes. But knight h7 seems to be the move anyway.
Yeah, it seems to be the move, but still looks dangerous, of course.
Yeah.
So what can we do here? Knight h5 must be the move actually, because otherwise, I mean, it's.
There are no other moves actually. Yeah, and now.
Yeah. Can play also. No. What do we do here?
Yeah.
I mean, we can maybe just. Can we take on h7?
No, I know. You could play d7. You could play, and then knight f7 check.
But I mean, rook d8.
And now.
And I sacrifice.
Yes, and now
I play queen e2.
Yeah, but now you cannot play rook takes c1 anymore. Now you play bishop c1. In the other position, rook is on c8, and you take on c1.
Yeah.
But now it's another.
But I'm not.
Story. But now.
Okay, maybe white is just clearly better, but somehow I'm surviving for the moment. Maybe it's winning for white.
Well, if the threat is bishop takes g6.
But can I take on h7 and after king takes play queen e6?
Maybe
it looks very ugly for black. I mean, after queen e6.
Yeah, this is good.
This is a killing threat now.
This is good.
I mean, what can black? And the only move I actually saw was rook f6 that basically gives up this rook.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, I cannot even see another move then.
It is possible.
This is the only move I can imagine.
Yeah, this or queen e5.
But after queen e5, we just take on g6.
Yeah, and king g8.
But I can take with the bishop wins. Yeah, bishop takes.
Yeah, bishop takes. Yes.
And then I have rook takes h1.
Yes.
Rook f6 must.
Yeah, must play rook f6 then.
But I mean, what?
Take.
What is this?
Really?
Takes. You can take on d6.
Yeah, I should take this one, I suppose.
Did they have any options here? Maybe. Cannot put this. Cannot take here. This one is hanging. Maybe even better. I mean, actually Queen G4 is an option. Threatening here again. And if you move your king, then we take with check on C8.
Yes. Yeah, we can try.
I don't know how good it is.
Queen there.
Maybe Queen G4 is okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Rook takes H5 followed by Queen takes C8 is huge threat. You cannot really move your king, of course, since this rook is hanging. I mean,
yes, the threat is to take that, but maybe it's possible to play. I was thinking Rook F5.
Yeah, I take on H5, I think.
Yes. And then there is nothing on E1 later, no?
But what happens if you give check now on E1?
No, first I have to take.
Yeah.
I'm thinking later on if there is something on E1, maybe, but probably not.
Yeah, I mean,
it's winning too. Yeah, the position looks winning. Whatsoever, yeah.
Something went wrong for Mikhailevsky in this game, I think.
Yes.
And he have played quite fast this first 23 moves.
Yes.
But maybe he should have spent more time on at least one move.
Yes. Maybe this idea with knight A4, maybe it's not so great. I'm thinking
here.
Yes, because the white squared bishop is needed, so to say, and although I don't see exactly what one should do, but
I don't know how we play this position. I mean, can give a check and then king A1.
Yes, and but it doesn't look so bad, the black position, I think, in this moment.
It shouldn't be too bad.
No.
But this idea...
and nice move, this, yeah.
Just sacrificing the exchange. And now it's already very hard to play black.
Yes, and bishop d3, it was, yeah.
But also in this position, if bishop d3, I mean, you can also play queen d5 here.
Yeah, that would be much better, of course.
I mean,
of course, this is of course the move. Yeah, king h6 is a big mistake.
You can still play maybe bishop h3 here.
Yeah, but
then you take.
Yes, and here
you can try to just give back the exchange.
Yeah, yes, and the d pawn is very dangerous, I suppose. But still, this way he has to play.
Yeah,
this way.
King h8 is
that was
the losing blunder, maybe.
Yes.
After bishop d3, I expect Adhiban to win.
Yes.
Because, I mean, this is only move, basically. And if we take here, black doesn't have any counterattack at all.
No.
So then he must take, and this one. And I can only find this, and probably queen g4.
Yeah.
And this doesn't work to rook takes h5.
Yeah, yes.
And it's lost. For example, after king g8. Maybe bishop c4. I mean, now you have this threat, right? So we still need to find maybe an okay move here.
Yeah.
Bishop c4 seems to work. Because you cannot play this now, because we can just take it.
Yes. Yeah.
And if you take, and I mean, this is already mate now. I think so.
He could.
This one is this one, and the queen c7. This one is good. It's winning right away.
Yes.
Should we take a look at Van Forest again?
Or we go down.
Yeah, we can look at
here. Yeah, this is good. Forest with Kachev. Yeah.
It haven't. I mean, just some moves here. He traded this bishop on e3, and position is more or less normal. The only thing for white maybe that this bishop, this knight maybe have easier to reach f5 than this knight have to reach f4. But in general, I mean, it's very close to equal. Shirov against Erik Thörn. So he played d5 immediately.
He wants the Benoni position.
Yeah, and a4.
Yes.
Bishop f6, a2, rook e8, and g4.
Yes.
Bishop g6, and it's white to move. So how do we continue here? I guess his idea with a4 was to go a5 maybe. This knight would have to go into the corner, yes?
Yeah.
Where it doesn't stand too well.
But white doesn't have any special. I don't see. Black has one bad piece, and maybe the bishop on g6, no?
And maybe this knight.
But that it can come in play via d7, c7, I believe, and it has e8 and so on. But this bishop on g6, it's difficult to move the pawns. To make, because normally in the Benoni it can be a problem with the white squared bishop, and here it would. I would have preferred as black to, if I could have taken on f3, but that was its own. Then white would not play d5 after taking on f3. So this is, it's a funny Benoni, so to say. It's a funny Benoni position.
Maybe knight f1.
Yes, maybe. Yeah, this.
He can play h6 maybe.
Yeah, there are many moves he can try, but white has maybe more of the play here, I believe.
Some positionally wise, it's quite okay for black, but it's a little bit cramped.
Yes.
I mean, if we can do everything with white, we want to go something like this. Maybe at some point knight jump here, but also maybe some idea with king g2 trying to go h4.
h5, yeah. This is.
Black must be careful here.
Yes, must be careful, I believe too.
We also have a game here, but these players have they have 6 points.
Yeah.
Burmakin against Evgeny Postny. So b5. Queen d3.
Yes.
a6. So we're already some pretty unusual opening here.
Yes.
c4.
Take c5. Yeah.
And c4. But this looks fine for black now.
Black seems okay, yes. g3. This is the position.
This is the position. I expect black to castle.
And Burmakin has fought his way back into the tournament. He was down before, and he lost one game and seemed to be out of the tournament. But he's fighting for a good place also.
And we can mention that this is...
But he's a very difficult opponent. This is a problem.
Yeah, Evgeny Postny.
Yes, that is...
And on this board, I heard that they switched the clock, so we cannot see the time in this game.
I see.
You can also see the game here, Libishevsky against Seturaman. So he plays the
also
kind of modern.
Yes.
h5.
Yeah.
This is normally not so theoretical. They basically just play.
Yeah. King. Queen.
And e5.
It takes bishop.
It's already quite complicated.
Yes.
White would like to go g4, of course, if it were white to move now.
Yes. Yeah, that is...
Black also have the option of going b4 at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe it's okay to castle for black here.
Yeah, castle should be playable. Yeah.
G4 doesn't look too dangerous. Maybe, but this is. Let's try G4 anyway.
Maybe it is dangerous. Yeah.
Because if we take like this, then it can become dangerous now after H5 here.
Yes.
This is actually quite dangerous.
Yeah.
So maybe him, because we don't really want to play. No, we must take now. So maybe we have something better here rather than castling. But I mean, it's not so pleasant to take here. Take like this. I mean, where do we really put the knight here?
Yeah, that's a good question. Where is?
Because if we go to D7, I assume that he will go E6 right away.
Yes, that looks good.
But even G4 is still a move.
Looks also good actually. Both moves.
Can play maybe knight H7.
But then it takes some time to get the rook in play.
Yeah,
and maybe just take it and then just to play the game like this. No?
Maybe Queen F. Or maybe this is playable for black, but it's hard.
The rook
is out of play almost forever.
Yes, and this is the thing. Yeah,
because the king would like to walk here, but then the rook is stuck here for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And if you play, you can sometimes maybe play knight D5, even sacrificing a piece. But I mean, we just take. Guess we must. Okay, we cannot actually take it, but also G4 is a move here again. Like this, maybe. Let's say we take. It's not completely clear, of course, but let's say we take. Now you must castle.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, something like this, followed by H. Even though I guess black can be okay here.
Yes, it seems so.
But let's try somehow critical point here for black, because castles almost doesn't even seem playable. I can also try to play a move like bishop H6 looks quite ugly to play, but somehow it stops white's G4. I think, I'm not sure. Maybe B4. Maybe. I mean, takes is what we want to do in general.
Yes. That's
as long as we can keep things.
And knight D5.
Yeah, it looks like the way to go.
Yeah.
I guess we should take probably.
Yes, I suppose. But now, how to defend this pawn?
This pawn is hanging.
Maybe. Yeah, E5. How to defend it?
G4 takes. I mean, G4 takes. I mean, in this position there may be options. I mean, Queen F4. If Queen F4, you play Bishop F5.
Yes. Yeah, they have to.
E6 may still be interesting, but maybe it doesn't. If we take here, maybe we should take here now, maybe. Now you must castle.
Yes.
But maybe if we can. Do we have anything smart here? Like E6. Take H5. H5. Takes. This looks good actually. I'm not completely sure about this, but H5.
Yeah, maybe H5.
Looks dangerous at least.
Yeah.
The idea is that if you take the piece now, I'm gonna take here.
Yeah. Yeah,
this looks promising.
Yes, very dangerous.
And another idea. Let's say if you play, let's say that you play e6. This may be an idea. I'm not completely sure if it's working. The idea is to go queen h1 and let's say this one and queen h1 now.
Yes.
Actually, quite nice idea.
Yeah.
Go from deep.
Mating.
It's actually mating.
Mating. Yes.
So this must be this. This looks how the right way to go actually. Queen takes. We can we can always take now on g4, I guess, and take. But I mean, it's maybe not completely clear. White would win a pawn in this line, but maybe black can have some compensation here with these 2 pawns. I mean, for example, maybe rook c4.
Yeah, that's a good move.
It's not it's not completely clear that this is good for white.
No.
But maybe we also have other options, I guess. We can move the queen here. Let's say queen e4. Oh, sorry, bishop f5. Let's say queen g2. Maybe queen g2, yeah. I mean, the thing is that if we take here, black can never really castle now because h5 will just be too dangerous.
Yes, this is also.
So somehow black will have to try to play in the center with, I mean, activate his queen or something, try to take this pawn, and hope that white doesn't break through here. But it looks kind of dangerous for black. Instead, I mean, he avoided this. I think, I mean, he probably assessed that this was too dangerous. This is a g4 idea, so he played this move knight b6 actually. Now,
that is.
So the queen is now also protecting this g4 square.
This is better,
Yeah. Controlling these 2 squares.
Yeah.
So g4, I mean, g4 is always interesting to play. But maybe it's, I mean, even d5 is also an option at some point. If we play d5.
They have played some move here.
Knight e4 is that.
Knight e4.
It's a quite unclear game. I think it looks like white is the one with some initiative at least. He's putting some pressure on the black position. But can we castle here? What happens really if we just castle? What is his idea? Let's say castle. You can play knight g3, but after knight g3, now we cannot really play g4. That's the problem. I don't know what you want to do with this bishop. You want to go here?
Probably bishop d7, yes.
And now a repetition here.
Yes.
But what else? I mean, bishop, the knight is standing in the way now.
Yes.
So I would like to play this move.
Yes, let's go back to that position.
Here.
Maybe, white must try some other thing, but it's not.
Yeah, we can try. We can try to play it like this if we want to be. We can try to play it this way. That's can be interesting actually.
Yes. Try to open the game just.
Maybe this is kind of promising. h5 is the next move.
Yeah.
Black, do we have any options?
It's a dangerous position actually.
So I'm not sure that he will. Maybe in this position he will not castle.
No.
He will try to find something else, perhaps. Man, he do have this move knight c4, but knight should be taken on c4. Yeah, it looks more pleasant for white somehow.
Yes. Maybe we should continue down with other games here.
We can we have this Breyer variation. It looks like a Breyer variation.
Yes.
Which actually Sassikiran himself won a game, but with the white pieces.
Yes.
So now he plays the same opening, but with the black pieces against Samuel Savian.
Yeah.
We had not completely. It's not completely the same position.
This is it. Yeah.
What Sassikiran did in his game, it was against Bo Lindberg, was that he was able to get some rook to b1 at some point. He had this square b6 in the game. He was able to take a pawn on d6, but then the rook was trapped, but he was able to sacrifice the rook and also get the e5 pawn.
Yeah.
And that's how he won that game eventually. But here it looks quite good for black. I mean, bishop a6 is coming. Maybe knight c5, rook a b8.
Yeah.
What is white doing?
Yeah. I don't see the plan actually here. But there's no kingside attack. And must normally try to get out with the bishop on c1 and get the rook in play. But where does the bishop belong? I think it seems perfectly all right for black here.
Yeah, he have succeeded with everything.
Yeah.
Don Kramling, we can see that he lost his game here.
Yes.
In this early round.
Yes.
In this position, he played b6.
Yes.
After bishop e7, knight a5, he simply resigned.
Yes.
We can see, for example, a variation like this. You have d7, but also bishop f3, of course.
Yes.
But d7 is the killer move, I guess.
Yeah.
So, disaster from the opening.
Yes.
From Don Kramling's part. Maybe we should take a break.
Yeah, let's take a break.
Take a break for maybe 15 minutes, and we will be back with some fresh moves. So we're back here in the last round of Hasselbacken Chess Open. It's the round number 9. So yesterday we had a guest here in the studio, the 11-year-old talent from India, Nihal Sarin, who, his rating is already around 2350 in ELO. And when 2 years ago he also won the World Championship under 10 years old. And yesterday he won his game, and he's on 5.5 point after 8 rounds. And today he's black against the very well-known Grandmaster Edvardas Rozentalis from Lithuania. And this game, you mentioned a couple of rounds earlier when the Rozentalis was playing white against Hasselbacken that he almost never goes into the open Sicilian.
Yes.
So he actually took with the queen, which avoids the main lines.
Yeah.
A6 normally they play black plays knight c6 and white goes with bishop b5. So this a6 is played in order to play knight c6 and avoid this bishop b5 move. Bishop e3. So here we have an endgame. Have you seen this endgame before?
Yes, that is supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be the move, bishop e3 against a6, and then knight c6, queen b6. But let's say white might get some pressure on the d6 pawn after exchanging queens if black plays with e6, but the little boy decides to develop the bishop via playing g6 and bishop g7. It's what should I say, kind of dragon without queens.
Yeah,
and it is not bad for black.
So he won't get mated in the dragon this time.
Yeah.
Knight d5 immediately.
Yes.
So forcing, more or less forcing the king to move in this position.
Yes.
King f8.
Yeah.
Castle. Knight f6. He took here. When you take on f6, it looks like it helps black because you take back with the bishop and gets this square.
Yes,
but maybe, because I would like to maybe even just drop back now to make your development harder to finish here.
Yeah, yes.
And f2 is protected, so after this we can simply play h3, I guess.
Yes.
Maybe, this may also be nothing special, but it's just a way. Because this makes black's task much easier now.
Yes.
So I didn't really like this move.
No.
Because now we can see that the black moves are quite simple now if you have if you have read at least a couple of pages in some dragon book.
Yes. Now, this is h3,
bishop e6,
yes.
a3, king g7,
g4 looks dubious. It's more weakening than attacking. Yeah.
It's more. It feels like a move that Edvardas Rozentalis probably knows it's not the best move in the position.
Yes.
But he wants to win this game, so he wants to do something, not just stand and wait for black to make all his moves here.
Yeah.
He just wants to kind of makes a mess in this position somehow.
Yeah.
Of course, normally in the dragon the general idea is to try to attack this king and push these pawns, but it's not so dangerous now with the queens traded off.
Yeah, that is true.
h6. Otherwise, maybe white can at least consider playing g5 and after bishop e5 just take this bishop.
Yes, that is
true.
Try
to play with the bishop here at least.
Yeah.
So h6 is good. King b1.
Rook h6, yes.
So maybe I don't know. Maybe he can also play with this rook here.
Yes.
Because as we see in the game, this rook actually went back from c8.
Yes.
Normally in these positions we actually go with this rook here, but normally then the idea is sometimes when we have a bishop like this, maybe to go knight b8 back and knight d7 and then try to push these pawns where the rook may be useful here.
Yes.
But this is not really what is happening in this game. In order to justify this move, he should probably play b5 now.
Yeah, yes.
But instead, yeah, he played but after g5.
Yeah, here maybe black is provoking a little bit by playing rook h to c8, hoping for g5, which is the g5 idea, which is not very good actually.
No.
It helps black.
It's a smart move in a way.
Yes,
because you have this idea of playing something like this, pushing the pawns, but it's provoking white to do something on the king side, which is probably dubious.
Yes, yes.
So actually, maybe this is quite clever, because what we see now is that white goes with this g5 move.
Yeah.
So he's taking a weakness here. The h pawn must take, knight takes, and bishop c4 was a good move, I think.
Yes.
So we can of course not really take here because the b file, this b2 pawn is too weak in this position.
Yes.
But it goes with h4 with the idea of going h5. So he trades off these light squared bishops. And now we see, okay, the white idea, if white were to move, maybe white could be okay after h5.
Yes.
It's not so serious, that. But rook h8 is a good move with the idea of playing rook h5 and doubling on the h file and making this weakness actually.
Yeah.
So it goes with f4 and we see rook h5.
And white played actually bishop f2. Yeah.
So here, to my eyes, everything looks perfect for black.
Yes.
The pawn on h4 is a weakness for me.
Yes.
And I cannot see white's next move or a plan.
No.
Because the pieces, I mean, these three pieces must protect this pawn.
No.
So white is very passive here. Maybe it's not.
Kanske något sånt.
So this may be an idea then.
Black has one idea. Maybe it's an interesting idea to play, but it's anti-positional. I was thinking if you play for e5 and then but then probably you just play rook d1 against that. But how to attack h4 again?
We would like to maybe improve this knight a little bit. The problem is that when we move this knight, we invite this move e5. Let's say like this. White can already play e5 since white has this tactical shot with bishop d4. So this must be in order to move the knight, must be prepared.
Yes.
Like.
Ja, just det. Och attackera liksom H-bonden där. För att G-bonden går snabbt. Ja.
Something like this.
Yes.
I mean, it's not completely clear. Maybe bishop b6.
Yes.
Rook d7, bishop c5 is an idea.
Yes. Då har vi den idén. Just det.
You wanted to play...
Yeah, here, and you take on d6. And you take... Oh, but knight e... How is knight... Ja, just det.
Knight e5?
Knight e5, for instance. No, but knight takes e5. Knight takes e5, and then it's check.
But this is also... knight takes e5. This is winning an exchange.
Yeah.
Somehow the king is not so good also on g7, maybe. But maybe it must stand on g7. It's an idea, at least. To play.
I would be afraid if I was playing with white. I would be afraid for this position. Yes.
You can. I don't know, maybe you can play. Maybe it's not so easy for black to make progress. Maybe, but
yeah.
But he's standing very well, of course.
Yes.
But in order to make progress, we must do something more than just stand.
Yeah. Ja. Ja, just då har man kung E7 på torn D, just det.
And if we try your idea here with rook C1,
and then E5 probably. I do coming there in time. Maybe B4, but C5 is coming. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe all this is okay for black, but somehow I just want to open things, or no, I mean, not just focus on the king side.
Yeah.
Make this rook look stupid.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes.
I mean, there are many ideas, not so many, but another idea I was thinking about was to play E6, maybe bishop E7. Maybe trying to go F5, but this also leaves this square on G5. But we can maybe always take on G5.
Yes.
So maybe E6 is a move.
Yes.
And drop. The idea is to drop back with the bishop to E7 and play F5. Maybe this is okay.
Also, E6 with the idea of D5.
Yeah, this is another idea.
Is very nice.
And taking with the rook.
Yes, and then
we have two weaknesses.
Yes, and this is really good.
Let's say rook D1, bishop E7.
Bishop E7, yes.
And you cannot really play knight D4.
No, I don't think it's so good to do that. But your next move can be F5.
Yeah, F5 can be the next move.
It is black has the initiative. It is for sure.
Even maybe not even D. This can be an idea with F5 actually.
Yes.
I mean, you can maybe also play it slow with the. Maybe not F6. You would like to have the pressure. F6, King F7.
Yes, also. Yeah.
Protecting all squares.
This black has to play, and white has to be careful. That is, not so nice to play with white pieces here.
And he actually played this move E5. But we can go to another game, maybe.
Yeah.
We can go to the first board. Maybe we had the result. We had this game between Adhiban and Mikhailevsky. Adhiban sacrificed the exchange early, but after this bishop d3, it was extremely hard to defend the black position.
Yes.
Knight takes f7 or bishop takes g6 was a huge threat. And the only move we could see was knight h5. Now it took on h7. Black took an f3. So after king takes h7, we suppose that queen e6 was strong. And after a move like rook f6, rather than taking on c8, actually queen g4 may be even stronger.
Yes.
Because if you move back the king, we take with check. Yeah. And if you play rook f5, we can take on h5. If you now... you cannot take on h5, and if you move the king to g8, bishop c4, something like this, you cannot play queen d5 because we take, and if king f8, we had this check and maybe queen c7, which wins on the spot.
Yeah.
So all this looked very dangerous for black, so instead it took on f3 and knight g5, and he played this rook f5. We saw in the break, we saw this very nice mate after rook takes e3. We can take on h5, and after g takes we have this check, and actually it's mate. You mate with knight and bishop against a full army.
Yes.
So this was probably something he hoped for.
Yes.
So instead of the knight g5, he played rook f5.
And queen e6.
So he's actually just an exchange down for all this. It's hard for black to create counterplay here against b2 because c8 is hanging as well.
But he played interesting queen d5.
But it looks lost after queen takes c8.
Queen takes c8, rook f8, and both pieces are hanging. D3 and h1. Interesting defense, but
it must
cannot be. Yes,
rook
must be.
Bishop e4 is always a move.
Yeah, bishop e4.
But
that's the move. That is a move.
Yeah, bishop e4.
That is a move. Yeah, that wins.
Yeah, it must win. Yeah. This is, must. But he actually played after he played this.
He played anyway. Yeah.
And after this is forced now. And what happens here? If we can give this check again.
Yes.
King here. We can give this check. Then we must go into the corner. But it's not really mate.
No.
But okay, other options as well. We can you have not so many. We can just take here again. We can also take here, I guess.
Yeah. Yes. Maybe just take on f5 is the simplest.
It looks very simple.
And then he will win the exchange, or maybe even the whole rook. Maybe even the whole rook.
Instead, we see that he gave the check and took here. So he will just take on f5, I guess, play this endgame with bishop more.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah.
So very nice game from Adhiban today, and he will go to. Yeah.
Yes.
So this completely crushed his opponent today.
Yes.
And Adhiban will go to up to 7.5, so he will at least share the victory in this tournament.
Yes.
But the places will be decided on the Buchholz. But then, some other player must win on a game in order to catch him.
Yes.
So we saw also this game between Preradovic and Andreikin on the first board. Very unusual opening here with h4 in the second move.
Yeah.
So after this d6 was probably a good decision. You're sacrificing this pawn here on h5 in order to get active play. But rather than taking this pawn, he invited black to trade queens here on d1. Which looks just fine for black.
Yes.
Black, I cannot imagine black to be worse in this endgame. And
no.
We noticed that I think it was around here that we left this game. And
yes.
Earlier, if you take here, I guess knight b5 is a little bit annoying.
Yeah.
But with the bishop on e6, you're always ready to castle.
Yes. No.
So he just took the pawn here.
Yes.
Knight g5.
Bishop c4.
So he uses some tactics here.
Yes.
So if we take, I don't know which is best. Maybe knight f3 check is the correct move here. So you actually win an exchange here, I think.
Yes.
So black would win an exchange in this position. So you cannot take on c4. So you took on h5 now. So very strange game this. And he gave a check on d3.
Yeah. And
king d2. And this is the position.
Oh, now.
So,
strange.
First we can start counting pieces. White is up a piece right now. 3 pieces are hanging.
Maybe knight takes f2 should be.
Yeah, maybe long castle is also interesting.
Yeah, also a move. Yeah, that's also a move.
Very, very interesting move.
Yes.
But, very complicated here. But you cannot really take here, I guess.
No.
This. And what happens if we take this one?
Knight takes. f2.
But you can you, do you have anything better? I wanted somehow to
go back with them. Yeah.
Because I mean the white is up 2 pieces in this position. But okay, we can just take here, yeah, and take take the rook. Now this knight is hanging, and this bishop is hanging. Yeah, so we have a guest here in the studio now, Grandmaster Adhiban, who won his game today against Mikhailevsky. So we will just take a short break in maybe 30 seconds, and we will be back. So we are back in the studio now with Grandmaster Adhiban. First of all, congratulations to this victory. Of course, extremely important victory, since it was the last round, and this victory puts you on 7.5 points. So you will at least share the victory on the points, and then we will see the bush holes and so on. It looked like a very nice attacking game from you today.
So it was f3. So far it's all theory, like till some point.
So we suspect f3 because we saw that you played the Samish against the King's Indian earlier in the tournament, so you were expecting the Grünfeld today.
Sure.
So if you play like this, you were expecting d5. So f3 is attempt to go for the Samish.
Samish, So d5? Just take e4. It's all theory so far. Bishop e3, queen d2. I saw that he plays this a lot, e5, so I was prepared.
The other move is knight c6.
Knight c6 on long castle. That's how it goes.
e5.
This is one of the main lines now.
We saw that you played very fast. You were up 8 minutes after 20 moves or something.
Since I was expecting this line, so I was quite prepared. So c6, h4, it's all theory. Knight f6, h5, knight takes, one cancel, bishop d7, king b1. I think this line started to become popular after this Anand Gelfand match in 2012. Before that, this was not like so popular. I think after Gelfand played it, it became really popular. And this was the rook c8. I think the Anand game went king a1.
But was it the only Gelfand won the game also?
No, it was draw actually. Anand was better, but I think it was a draw eventually.
Okay. It was not this variation. Though Gelfand won one game in that match,
it was not. He won from white actually.
In this line,
No, not in this line actually. He won from some like very boring line. It's it's like d4. It's some Slav he won with white. And Vishy won with white in this line actually.
Against Gelfand.
Against Gelfand. But it was not exactly this. It was more of a Samish than it was some kind of sideline in Samish.
But Mikhailevsky, he always plays the
Grünfeld. He plays Grünfeld quite a lot.
So he also know this position from before, and he also played quite fast. But
knight h3. After this, I think he was a little bit not sure what to do after knight h3. Knight h3 is not so popular, I think so. I'm not sure. E4 is like the most natural. Now d6. I think this version is new actually.
d6.
D6.
And
it is very complicated, and without computer, it's like really hard to play this version.
Knight a4.
I was kind of expecting. It is a mistake, but I was expecting it because it looks like the most natural move when I was preparing. So thought, knight a4 is highly possible.
But how can Black get active himself here somehow?
I don't know actually. Maybe I think he has to go knight c4 and play this version.
And you take.
And I take rook c4, and this is how the line goes.
Knight g5.
No, not knight g5. I think bishop h6.
Bishop h6.
Bishop h6. But I think Black should hold with accurate play. But it's always fun to try in a practical game.
Because in the game, this bishop was needed to defend the position.
Yeah, no, I mean, when you look at it, okay, it looks like black is doing fine. It looks like rook c1 is forced or something. But okay, knight g5 is like pure computer move. So, and I just give this exchange and I have like a very strong attack. I was thinking of rook e8 actually, which might, yeah, this is what I was thinking might be more critical since it was not easy. Yeah, bishop h3. Then there was some rook c2, I think, and things were not so clear. For example, queen d4. Yeah, or queen b4, rook d3, and this
rook e3.
Yeah, rook takes e3. This was very like takes if you take. No, either one. Rook b2 is coming. And king b2, knight d5. The point is, okay, you can come king b1. Like no, I mean after
king a1. No.
Yeah, king a1. Yeah, but should be bad, I think. Yeah, maybe king a1 actually. Yeah, I kind of because I kind of underestimated it. Yeah. I thought takes knight d5, nothing is coming, but yeah, king a1 might be possible actually. Yeah, probably it's the strongest because bishop e6 and all is coming.
But
so.
this is
yeah, this disco is really
black, maybe.
Yeah, maybe some you can maybe throw in some knight e4. I don't know.
But this was just something you were thinking about during the game.
Yeah. I thought rook e8 might be more critical.
Maybe rook d4.
Yeah, rook d4 or even I think first bishop e6 check and take some guys.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's too complicated. Very yeah, I thought maybe rook e8 was probably the best try here.
So it took here.
Yeah, it looks very natural. Takes.
He could also have thrown in this check before, maybe.
Yeah. Actually, this is what. No, the computer shows this actually. Yeah.
And then takes.
Yeah, and then takes because somewhere this king a1 might be. Like some background might come eventually,
or even some check in some position.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sure. Yeah, with king on b1, it was like really safe. Nothing can ever touch it. So yeah, bishop d1. Yeah, queen d1 and queen a5. Yeah, I think it's already very difficult for black. I don't know what else you can do actually. Maybe rook e8. Okay, rook e8, queen b3 is coming. So. Queen f5 looked quite natural for some time, but okay, then I found the refutation.
Maybe. I mean, you're probably doing very well in this position.
Yeah, after queen b3.
After this.
No, actually, it was funny. I thought
this.
Yeah, queen d5
must probably be played.
Yeah, but I have to I take. This is also winning. Queen d5, knight d5, and bishop h3. And,
so you're.
Yeah, I'm going for this mate. So rook e8. No, I first rejected this line because of this position. But then I went deeper and I found this bishop e6. No, d7 he just takes on e3. So check. Bishop e6, rook e6, knight e6, knight e3, d7, bishop f6. Yeah, here it's funny. I thought first knight f8, king f8, rook h7, with the threat of rook h8.
Yeah.
And but the thing is, he just goes king g8. And I don't have anything. So then I found. In this position, rook c1 very strong, and now after I saw this, okay, I just thought it's lost. And rook c8 is coming, and
but this was something you calculated during the game.
Yeah. This is why I was taking a lot of time here to assess this position a lot. So queen d5, and I think so queen d5 is also losing. So king h8 might be the best try actually. And now bishop d3 looks like really bad.
We couldn't see any other move than knight h5.
Knight h5 looks pretty forced actually.
Because it doesn't have any counterplay here.
Yeah, knight h5. Yeah, actually I was also checking some lines with d7. Yeah, but rook d8 and knight f7 check. Takes, queen f7.
Queen e4.
Yeah, this line was very funny. Like queen e5, bishop d4. Queen d4. Queen e8 check, bishop f8, queen d8. Okay, it looks like I'm winning, but queen d3 check, king h1, queen f3 exactly. And now rook e1 I think is the best square. And now he goes king g7. I mean, very weird position, but I'm not sure what. Queen e8 I was looking. Knight f6. And yeah, he just takes on d7 next move. What do I do? So if I go like queen f8, king f8, d8 queens. Okay, this is what I was calculating. King g7, queen e7, king h6, queen f8, king h5. Okay, yeah, I did not see what to do. And okay, this might be easily fine for black. Yeah, and g5, and okay, it might be totally fine because of this background. So yeah, this was one fun line I was checking. But then I decided, okay, since it was not working, I had to go for knight h7, which is stronger.
And here,
yeah, here rook f3 is a mistake. You should have maybe played rook f5.
So we can see first if it takes.
Yeah, it takes queen e6. Yeah, this was the point.
And here you can.
Yeah, rook f5. This is a nice line.
This.
Yeah, queen g4 exactly. Yeah.
And if this we take here.
Take here. Yeah, take here, and also bishop f5 is winning. So no, I'll show you one more line. Like yeah, here queen g4 it goes on. Rook f6, queen g4. Now just queen d8. It's like the best defense. Now queen h5 check. King.
Queen, yeah.
Yeah, queen, because I want this queen d5 check. And rook f7 is like bishop g6 and queen f6, and I just take this guy first. Yeah, takes. Like I go rook d1, no, or d7 I think. Yeah, d7 first. So rook d8, rook d1. Now I'm threatening bishop g5 and pawn in game is lost. So he has to go king e6, and I take this guy. Yeah,
and you win this endgame.
Yeah. So this also, and queen d5 check if he goes, yeah, king f8, I go d7, and now bishop c5 is coming, so this is just killing. So this was one, like there are a lot of fun lines. Okay, he was thinking a lot, so I was just analyzing line after line. So, and there was also, I think, rook f5 instead of rook f6. Yeah, rook f5, this was, okay, I can take c8 of course. Rook h5, yeah. Yeah, but for first I thought bishop f5. But rook, then I found rook h5 is stronger. Bishop f5, queen f5. I just take the guy, takes rook h5, king g6. The point is I go rook g5, king f6, and I take. And king g7, bishop g5, and I just win. d7 is coming. So, okay, rook h5 is stronger, of course, yeah, but this was one very easy line.
I like this.
Yeah, this is just killing. So then I was thinking,
but no other moves.
Yeah, I don't know. I could not really find. Yeah, king h. Yeah, actually, I could not find it actually. Didn't see how to defend here.
I mean,
rook f5, queen e6.
Yeah, queen e6 again.
Same plan. Yeah.
This was the game, no?
No, this was not the game.
No, he took the pawn first.
Yeah. Queen e6. Yeah, and also lost. I think. I don't see any. Like, I can go queen b4 actually. I was checking this. Queen b4. Queen c8 check, and okay, rook f8 is nothing. I just come queen c2. So just taking h7, and I come bishop c1, and okay, I'm just winning.
Yeah,
just one threat, and I defend against it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was expecting rook f3 because the refutation was not so easy to see. So rook f3, now knight g5. This was a nice trick.
Yeah,
you saw the mate,
we
yeah?
Saw this
it was really nice. Yeah. I was hoping to get it on the board, yeah, but okay, you saw it, of course. I mean, a better smothered mate, yeah, different kind of smothered mate. Yeah, after knight g5, yeah, I was just thinking for lot like rook f6 he can play, but I just take bishop into g6
here.
Yeah, and rook g6, rook h5, bishop h6, and bishop d4. Oh, this is like really nice mate. Rook g7, rook h6, like total domination. And you can also do rook h6. I'll do the same. Rook h6, bishop h6, bishop d4, queen h3, yeah,
and queen.
King g8. Okay, actually, I was looking for mate. Actually, no. Queen e6, yeah. King h8, queen h6.
Like this.
Yeah, it's like a. So yeah,
so you kept analyzing.
Yeah, I kept on analyzing line after line. Yeah, nothing else to do. So I didn't see any other difference. Yeah, there was some rook f8 actually.
Here, this rook here.
Yeah, but I just take knight f3, rook f3, and bishop g6. Okay, just winning. Yeah, actually, I used to play rook f8, I think. No, not here. Like, once you see that this mate is coming, you have to. I mean, rook f3, knight here, and okay, what he played is probably the best chance. And okay, just queen e6, and it's crushing. Queen g6 is coming, and.
Not to mention this rook here.
Yeah, rook here is also. Like, rook g5, I just take the guy and just queen the pawn, then. Like, queen c8, here, bishop g5. queen g5 and just d7. Like I was taking some queen d5, I think. Yeah, I just take rook h5 and then queen the pawn.
Yeah. With
queen, because queen c1 is I always have this queen c1.
It was almost mate here.
Yeah. So just in time.
Rook f5, queen e6. Now
queen d5. Queen d5, yeah. No, actually my original intention was to take queen d5 and just take bishop g6. And okay, just win like this. But okay, it's like I wanted it was much easier. So rook h5 and knight f7.
We guess that you can also probably just take it.
Oh no. Yeah, okay, probably I can take, but the knight f7 is clear, I think.
But you didn't necessarily need to find the next moves to win.
Yeah.
You have at this point you have
many options. Sure. So knight f7, and if he takes rook f7, just take queen d5, and it's important that I protect this f1 square, so that he does not have any background threat. Yeah, so it goes king j and queen f7, and just win a piece.
You can also take the queen if you want.
Can I? No, rook f1.
Yeah,
but okay, just king c2, it's nothing. No, I was just looking for the bishop c4, of course. Yeah, I can see that. I was looking for the easiest.
This also looks quite easy.
Quite easy. Yeah.
So it looked like a very, very nice attacking game from you today.
And hoping that the others will make a draw.
Okay, we have a completely crazy game here on the first board.
I didn't know what was happening.
You can tell us what's going on here.
Actually, so e4. Okay, let me take some time to understand what is going on.
So white is up 2 pieces now, but
yeah, I guess he will go for this knight f2 check.
Yeah, I tried to castle long, but then maybe f7 would be hanging, so the king can at least protect f7 from here. So let's say king
e3. Actually, it's so funny. It can take okay, knight h1, I guess. And okay, actually, so black maybe is just winning. So I think he has to go knight d5, not king moves. Knight d5 and
leaving this rook here as well.
Yeah, so
not to mention this.
So he takes knight h1.
Yeah.
And okay, you can take only one piece. No, that's the point.
But you also, with the knight here, you always have threats of c6 later as well.
Also h5 is hanging. Oh, this is like total.
Somehow white is 2 pieces up, but it looks like he's just completely lost.
Yeah, actually, I'm wondering what is he thinking about. Maybe he found something.
You cannot really try to go look for mate since.
I think maybe it's checking knight c1, which is also very easy. Okay, just take one more piece, like king c1, knight d5. Yeah, bishop. Yeah, it's like too many winning options. Yeah, so he's just thinking bishop a1, rook c1. Now just move the bishop somewhere.
You can also
take. Yeah, sure. Takes on c6. Yeah,
and you will at least be an exchange up.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah. So it looks.
So.
But he took on f2 actually.
He took. Yeah. Also should be winning.
But it looked like Beck is at least winning an exchange in this position.
Yeah, it's okay. So I got knight d5. Looks forced, I think.
Yeah.
Knight h1. Is there any tricks here? But looks really sad.
You can play rook b1.
Yeah. No. Take on. Take rook b7. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. And take some pawns at least for the exchange. e6. You put this pawn. Yeah, okay.
But maybe you can.
Maybe do some bishop a3 and try to.
Is this? But your piece.
Yeah, knight f7, rook d7. Yeah, just piece down. But
after this,
yeah, takes knight h8, cd5. Or okay, it should be lost. No, maybe some bishop a3 and no, after here bishop a3 and. Yeah, but okay, it should be nothing. Bishop f8. Okay, what am I doing? Yeah.
But already from the opening was very funny.
Yeah, h4. Yeah. Okay, no, both are very creative players.
Yeah.
So.
But I think this d6 was a good option.
Reminds me of this.
But this was strange. Going into this end game.
No, it's just like Carlson versus Adams Carlson, but with H4.
Yeah, this
Yeah, with H4. So H4 is really stupid, I think. Yeah. I mean, in this.
Yeah, but it would have here. For example, if it goes here, then it's good to
No,
have
no, no.
H4.
I mean, like in this specific portion, after D6, H4 looks stupid. Not H4 is not. I mean, in the opening portion, it's fine, but in this in this position, I think he managed to find a version where H4 is not useful at all. I think this Knight of 6 was really strong. What Andreikin did. No, he made sure that No, but okay, maybe. Can you do H5? Yeah, I would have maybe played. No, no, not here. Instead of E5, I would have maybe played H5. No, not here. Third move, instead of E5, maybe I would have played H5. Yeah, just go for the crazy stuff. Yeah, takes. Yeah. And hope for some compensation here. Yeah, BD3, exactly, yeah. Or Queen G4.
But then Knight F6.
Yeah, BD3. Or just Knight C3 and play for some compensation. You never know, yeah. Knight C3 takes, Bishop takes.
Some kind of
yeah, like
Dutch.
Yeah, exactly. So Knight of 6, I go D4. This is also very good. BD3 and I go for initiative. On Knight of 6, I go D4 and Bishop D3 and Bishop G5. It looks really nice for white. Yes. Yeah. I think this is the right way. H5. And if you take Knight H5, just Rook H5 and play this position. Rook H5 and compensation.
You can start with it maybe, but okay. Just play this one.
Yeah, just play this, yeah. And Queen H5, I really like white's position.
You do?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, this should be the right way. Yeah. Yeah, I'll ask Andreikin what he wanted to do for H5.
I think maybe, I mean, after D6 was doing very well here.
Yeah.
He basically just took here, and I don't know what he really missed, but after this,
Bishop
G7 was probably strong.
Yeah, very strong.
And after this, I guess this check is good. You win an exchange, maybe.
Yeah, but I think he didn't want to allow this BB7 and Bishop C6 checks, yeah. So Knight D3 is maybe stronger.
And this, this move came now, and Rook D8.
Yeah, no, he took on F2, yeah.
He played King E3 actually.
Almasi is actually doing quite well. He might win this game.
This one, no?
Yeah.
Almasi, yeah.
Yeah, because his pawn is... Oh, okay, but okay, I didn't see that there was no pawn on F7.
So white is actually one pawn up.
Yeah, but it is very complex. I don't know.
I found a nice idea in the opening of the Knight E5 to take here.
Yeah, I was looking at this position. Yeah.
So the point was after this he could take here.
Knight of 7.
And after this
E4.
B5.
B5. Okay.
Getting back the piece.
Yeah, and the two bishops. Yeah.
Better position.
Yeah.
So what happened in the was this the game? Yeah, this was actually the game.
This was a game. Oh.
He didn't find another option here somehow.
Yeah, because otherwise it's just pawn, yeah.
So he plays with this bishop here, and the black king should be weaker.
Yeah.
And he entered, and one is actually up a pawn.
Yeah.
It should be better for white.
Yeah, but it's almost easy.
Maybe not so easy.
Not so easy. Yeah, but okay, I think white will win eventually. Rook D1 and he should be able to win eventually. Yeah.
And these players also had, and I think Smirin had the best bush holes before this game.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
But okay, many things can change in the last round, but I mean, Ulf expected an early draw here since they both, I don't know if they know each other.
D5,
both are from Israel.
Yeah, but okay, I think Smirin wants to win, yeah.
Yeah.
Because of the rating difference. I think he will try to do something, yeah.
But this is...
Yeah, but this looks like really... I don't know who can actually play for a win. Maybe white.
But, I mean, earlier it was much more normal. Now both players have some weaknesses, maybe.
Yeah.
So it's not so balanced anymore.
Yeah, I think
these players also... These players also had 6.5.
Really? I don't think so.
Yeah, yes. Tikachev won yesterday against Mase.
Okay.
And Van Forest, yeah.
Van Forest is on same point, 6.5?
I think, yeah, 6.5. He played.
I remember seeing like no. I think I was the last board. I think I was the last board on.
If you see here.
No, I mean not here. This one. Just if you can go to the chess results, like I mean the round 9.
Yeah.
They are on same points.
Yeah.
Okay, okay,
So
yeah,
they
yeah.
can
They
also
can,
go.
then it's quite interesting. Okay,
So
rookie fight. Otherwise, I'm not so interested. Rookie. This is funny person. Yeah, but I'm expecting a draw. Yeah, something quite can do something.
Yeah.
Queen's here and should be nothing.
But you can also take.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, takes rook.
And rook back.
Yeah, but once again, does he have some knight e5 trick? Maybe he has some knight e5 trick. Yeah. And rook d4, queen f7 check, and king h7. Okay, still I'm not sure if it's something like queen check and king h2 and queen takes. Yeah. No, queen takes the pawn. I think just take on b4. I don't see what he's doing there. Yeah, also maybe it's a draw.
Maybe it's.
Yeah.
That would be a good result for you, of course.
Yeah.
You want all these games.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they are quite unbalanced in general.
Yeah. All the games are unbalanced. Yeah.
But yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for showing this game, and you have also been in the studio more than one time before, and you have played some very interesting chess, in my opinion.
Thanks.
You made a great result. 7.5 out of 9 is not so easy in this field, of course. So I hope that you are happy with your result and your visit here in Stockholm.
Yeah.
And well, I wish you all the best in the future as well.
Yeah, thanks.
So thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
So we will go on a short break, and I think Ulf will be back with me here when we're back. So we are back here in the studio, and when we left, we had Adhiban in the studio, and he showed his very nice game, attacking game against Mikhailevsky, and he also gave us his view on some of the games that are in progress. And especially one of the most interesting games is the game on the first board between Borki Predojevic, I think is a player from Bosnia-Herzegovina. He's white in this game against Andreikin, and things got really messy here after this move, knight d3. So black is already down a piece. There's one bishop hanging on c4, there's one bishop hanging on h5. Now there's also a knight hanging on d3. Not to mention this knight on c3, and rather than taking this knight, white played king d2, going into this very nasty diagonal on the d file. So right now black is up, white is up one piece, just one piece, but all pieces are hanging, and he took this piece now, so he's 2 pieces up. But black starts collecting now with knight takes f2. And after king to e3, he played this move bishop d4 check. We will also looking maybe on this knight takes h1, which looked very promising to my eyes, since we are threatening this knight and this bishop, and if we can collect one piece and keep everything intact, then we're just an exchange up. But maybe you can play bishop b2, creating a threat to this knight. So instead he gave this check, and after king f3 he took, and now bishop b2, so we have more or less the same position. Knight f2, bishop g4, h6, and we reach a position where black actually didn't get the exchange. Instead he has a rook and 2 pawns for 2 pieces. But we can also see that the white structure here is quite ugly, and he has a great pawn mass here in the center, trying to harass the white king, and this knight on h3 looks really bad now. So this must be clearly better for black. Maybe not completely over.
But well, white must try to put up some kind of fight anyway, which rook for 2 pieces and 2 pawns, yeah. Rook and 2 pairs.
We have a couple of more moves here after rook b1.
Yes.
So white wants to create some kind of maybe counterplay against the pawns, especially this pawn on b7. So he moves his king in order to maybe be able to protect it with the king after a move like bishop a1, for example. We can probably just play king c8, knight d5, and they exchange these bishops,
b6.
and b6 anyway. So the problem is that the white knight doesn't have any outposts in this position.
Yeah.
It's quite easy to play this with black.
Yes.
No
weaknesses. Black has no weaknesses whatsoever.
I want to play c6, king c7, try maybe to play rook d4. I cannot really see any idea for white. He must try to just stand and hold the position somehow.
Yeah.
But it looks really difficult for Borki to defend this position. And on the second board, we have had this game between Vidic and Almasi, and Vidic found this nice trick with knight takes d5, and we try. After some time, we found the variation that actually happened in the game, and we wanted to find something else for black, but it wasn't so easy to find alternatives here. So he went into this variation, knight takes d5. So we cannot take back on d5 now, since knight takes e5 would win a piece. Instead he just takes on f7, and after king takes check king f8, and it looks like black is just a piece up, but white have this move b5, getting back the piece. So they reached a position like this, where white is a pawn up, but it's maybe it's not so easy after all. Since black have this two nice pawns on c4 and d4, his pieces are quite active, and the king can probably come back to g8. And it's black to move, and he already pushed with d3, trying to create a passed pawn here on d file. The d file, but instead he took with the queen, and we get an endgame. Just 2 days ago, Vidic also won an endgame with a pawn up against Hannes Stefansson. What do you think of this endgame?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's winning or not, but the bishop is good here. Well, the a pawn, combining with the a pawn, if it can run, or maybe he has to force the black to push d2 one day, and if then can. But
if we trade the a pawn for the d pawn, and let's say we trade a rook, one can imagine a variation like this, for example.
Yeah, yes,
something like this.
Yes,
and an endgame like this.
It should be enough for a draw, I suppose. But well, it will be a long game, but hard to win it with white. Yeah. But the a pawn is really good.
Because after this, if d2, we can probably just play this one. Because if this, I think we can take here now. This actually works for white.
But then we have this again. Rook takes d2 and rook takes... No, rook takes a2.
Then it's the same endgame.
Then gets the same.
So this endgame can actually happen. But instead he played rook... he played rook a3 in the game and rook c2. So now he can force this endgame.
Yes.
It's hard. It's hard to avoid this endgame with white.
Yes.
It's hard to release this rook from a3.
But at least white has to play this endgame to play it till the end.
Yeah.
Try to do something.
It's hard to avoid it with white. It's hard to make progress.
Yeah.
It would be, some idea like this. But knight g4 is already a move after bishop g2, I guess. Okay, we can, if we go into this endgame, we would like to get to the 7th rank, of course. It's not, we cannot really do it right now. Rook b3 and maybe rook a7. We must try to expand with the pawns at some point, I guess.
Yes. Well, it will be a long game, a very long game. This is for sure.
But Vidic will push for the full point in this game.
Yeah, he is a pawn up, and
some drawing chances with black.
Yes, of course, yeah.
And we had this game between Greenfeld and Smirin. It have not ended in a draw. Black tried to do something in this end game. After h3, he took on d6. And we can see that these black pawns are isolated, but they have the bishop pair, and here he tries to create some kind of initiative on the king side, but white was in time to get the knight here to f3. So a5 is more or less provoking. It is provoking this move a4. Black wants to go a4 and try to create a target here on b3. But a4 is also a weakening move. In a way, it weakens this b3 pawn and this b4 square. So rook b8. Wants to go maybe b5. Knight d3, but now he went with the rook here instead, so he decided that this idea didn't really work. But now they are repeating moves in this position.
Yeah.
And I cannot, to my eyes, it looks like if anyone is better, it should be white. Looks like I have quite good control here over the e4 square, and the h5 pawn is cannot really go to h4.
No. Yeah,
it's hard to make progress with black, at least.
Yes, it seems hard.
Maybe with white as well, but maybe they will keep repeating moves here, and the game may end in a draw. And yeah, we had this. Now actually, Smirin tried something else. It's interesting because I don't think that black can be better in this position, but he wants to play on.
Yeah.
So Smirin avoided the draw with king e6 in this position.
Yeah.
I think that they will keep on playing.
Yes, it can be a long game.
Yeah.
Also.
And then we have, we saw that Adhiban won his game. The game between Jordan van Forest and Vladislav Tkachev have ended in a draw. We had this Italian game where white played this move b4, which is a little bit unusual in the Italian. So they kept on trading pieces here. White is the one who is trying to do something here, but black is always solid enough to not be worse. And after rook e5, he simply offered a draw. Actually, I mean, black is the one with the better structure somehow, but white is quite active here. So yeah, they agreed to a draw, so no one of these players can win the tournament anymore. So this was a good result for Adhiban. I mean, it's probably I expect Adhiban will go to 7.5. I expect Andreikin to go to 7.5 in this game. Vidic may go to 7.5. This game is we will see. And so one of these three players will be the winner. It will be Andreikin, Vidic, Smirin, or Adhiban who wins the tournament. And then we can also see the game here on board 6 between Shirov and Erik Thörn. So we had this Ruy Lopez, and Smirin decided to go for this Benoni type of structure, with this bishop being slightly here after g4 being slightly misplaced here, or in danger of becoming a bad piece on g6. So we expected this move a5 maybe to make the knight passive for the moment on a8. Knight g1, knight c7, knight g3, and b4. The question is what black wants to do with his pawns here on the queen side. I guess one problem is that if you try to go c4, maybe white goes b4. I mean, the idea is just to keep the black pieces out of the queen side, even though we give this protected passed pawn. And now I just want to play on the king side with maybe king g2, knight f5, or h4 or something. Instead, he played b4, so he's giving up this square on c4, but no piece is ready to go there. But the idea is to play knight b5, trying to find some square here. Bishop d3, bishop c3, bishop d2, and black exchanged these two bishops, which was probably in general a good idea. I mean, getting some more squares for black for his pieces, but also, I mean, his fixed pawns are on dark squares, which means that this bishop is not really the best bishop in a way. Queen f6, king g2, rook b8. So what is rook b8 about? I don't understand the rook b8 actually. What the idea is?
Probably he wants to play knight b5, and
he was afraid of bishop takes.
Yeah, he was afraid perhaps of this and
this pass pawn.
Yes.
But maybe knight b5 is not. But okay, another move can be maybe. I mean, knight e5 looks normal here, but there may be some problems with this move. Maybe we simply take and play f4, right? For example, like this, we already here we can see the problem with this bishop on g6. Otherwise, knight d5 could be an idea. And we cannot really play a move like rook e7. g5 is probably strong. The queen, the only square for the queen is here. But then we can almost just trap it, I think. Not sure. We can also just trade and play. Probably pick up this pawn. So black is slightly, or cramped in this position. His only idea was with this b4 move was to play this. So then rook b8 makes some sense. But h4. This is a huge threat, of course. So he played h6. So white will try to create something now on the king side. Rook c2 was played. Knight b5 and g5. So this rook c2, the idea was to prevent this queen c3 after g5. I mean, if it would have played it right away, probably takes and queen c3. And if you take, black gets counterplay now. And this is already a threat also. So that's why he played rook c2. Now g5 takes, queen went back, and rook h1. So if black cannot create counterplay in this position, it looks dangerous for him.
Yeah.
d6. So he sacrifices this pawn. Queen a8. f3. Rook d8. Rook c1. So this is the position now. So we see an extremely dangerous pawn on d6, but also the option of combining this with a kingside attack. One idea may be to go knight f5 followed by king g3 and try to play queen h2 in some moment.
Yes.
Maybe even king g1 immediately. I mean, let's say you take here. I'm not sure if it's maybe knight f5, but also king g1 can be with the idea of this one. But knight f5 looks stronger somehow, because you must probably take. When we take back, I mean, if you try to go e4, I'm just gonna play king g3 now, I think. And I think it's just over.
Mating attack, yes.
So this is I think this, especially knight f5, is an extremely dangerous idea here.
Yes.
And I mean, this rook, black is probably not in time to take this pawn on a5. But I think it's almost lost here for black now.
Yes.
How can we cannot really defend against?
No, it's too late probably. Yeah. If rook rook b7 would be one idea, but then
knight f5.
Or maybe the other move is better. King there, yeah. Or no, if knight f5, can we see this? Yeah, takes, rook d7, king d3, takes, and king f8.
Yeah, f6 is playable. You can also give a check, I mean, and take on g7.
Yeah. Yeah, this is strong. This is strong.
So I think this position, he played rook b7, but I think
he
this
must
is
do that. He must do that.
But I think it's Shirov is winning now after knight f5.
Yes, it's one tempo behind. He's one tempo from saving it. Yeah, but now it looks like winning. Yes.
So did we have any other game? A game between Burmakin and Evgeny Postny ended in a draw. We looked at this opening just very quick, and now Black decides to exchange pieces. In general, the only thing White can play for in this kind of positions is to try to make this pawn on a6 a weakness. But then generally the bishop is on e2 or something, and the White tries to go with like a5 and fix this pawn, and it's still a draw, but he can try something. But in this position, yeah, it got very simplified, and when you get this pawn, it's actually black is a pawn. Black is a pawn up here, apparently. But he gave it back here, yeah. This game looked quite boring to my eyes. Nothing.
Not so much happened.
Not so much happened. I mean, the Black already somehow went for this scenario already in the opening here after here. Or White maybe went for this after c4, because already after c4 we can see this scenario with all these pawns going off the board. All pieces are being traded off, and the only thing White can try is to make this pawn a weakness, but it's and that's only really possible if we can imagine e3 and bishop on e2. Yeah. We also have the game between this was quite interesting. It was some kind of modern defense between Libichevsky and the Saturaman. So this position after bishop e2 was quite interesting, because we would like to take on e5, but after takes and knight d5, here we had some interesting idea here. What was it? To take, and here to play g4, and after bishop takes g4 to play queen takes d5, and if castles to go h5, and if you take, we can take here. And the idea, the nice idea was that after e6 we can play this move rook h8 check. And after bishop takes, we have queen h1, and it's unstoppable mate on h7. So in general, this g4 idea was quite dangerous, and it was quite dangerous to take on e5. So instead he played this knight b6 right here, and it took on e4. And we also looked quickly if Black castled. We can see that after knight g3, bishop d7, we couldn't find anything better than going back to e4. But another interesting option in this position was maybe to go g4. And if h takes, now to play knight g3, with the idea of going h5. So instead Black took on e4, but of course we get this nice center now. But there may not be a kingside attack anymore after castle, since g4 is harder to play now. F1, a5. So now they are repeating moves, and I think white can actually claim a draw in this position. They have not yet reached move 30, but I mean, there is a move repetition on the board here for bishop h6. If white plays bishop g3, they can claim a draw. He can claim a draw now. Or white can claim a draw if he writes down bishop g3 in this position, I think. So it will probably end in a draw here. And we had this game between Sam Sefian and Hari Krishna. They played the Breyer variation, or it became the kind of Breyer variation of the knight b8 in the Ruy Lopez. And we had this position. And we thought that black was doing very well. We were struggling to find an idea for white here, but black on the other hand was ready to play moves like this, getting having good control over the c5 square, and in general quite active play on the queen side.
Yeah, bishop a3.
So if we take with this pawn, he doesn't want to allow knight c5? What's the...
Yeah, probably.
Because, I mean, in general, it's normal to take with the c-pawn, I guess.
Yes, but he will have the same pawn structure, but without the knight now. He takes with the knight, so they gets the same, but yeah, without the knight.
So black gets activity now.
Yeah.
Knight c5. So black is very active in this position.
Yeah. Yes. He wins the pawn or what?
Yeah. What happens if he plays a3?
Then knight d3. And he wins the pawn there as well.
So black is winning a pawn here, but instead of taking it, he plays f5.
Yeah, this is probably good. Just to have more pressure on e4.
Knight b3.
And yes.
So he wins, but he never wants to take the pawn, but he wants to take with the knight.
Yeah, he's playing well.
But
he lost the a pawn, but okay. But maybe he can win both pawns there.
And now he wants to take this pawn.
Yeah.
And this is the last move in the game. But black can still be a pawn up if we take here.
Yeah.
I guess the idea was to take on d6 now.
Yes.
And play rook d2.
Yeah. But here you can try with knight f4. Or knight e3. I don't know which one. Yeah, and you win a pawn here. Another pawn.
Very close to winning.
Then it's close to winning here for black. Yeah.
I think played very... Looks like he played a very good game.
Yes.
We have a result also on another board between Gudmundur Kjartansson and Axel Bachmann. We haven't looked at this game. We can just see what happened. So bishop f5. So white didn't want to castle here. I mean, he didn't want to allow this bishop h3 move. So instead he played with h3, and after queen c8 he played g4. And now g5. So some very creative play from white, but so could not take here. Sorry. Instead king f1. e4 looks strange.
Yes.
Giving up those two squares. The idea, I mean, he was afraid of knight takes h4, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's
E4, yeah, this is you can take like this, but yeah.
We'll just see what happens. But here the white king is much weaker than the black king, I think. White doesn't really have an attack here.
No.
And now this is already lost, I think. And we had the nice. It looked like the black queen was lost, but he had this nice trick.
Yeah,
with mate.
Yeah.
And Avonder Liang, he was here in the studio yesterday. And a great talent from the United States. I think he was 13 years old now, but when he was 11 or something, I couldn't really tell all the facts correct yesterday, but when he was 11, he became, I don't know, if the youngest international master, if it was in the chess history of the United States, beating Samuel Savian's record with 3 months. His rating is something about 2430 maybe, but Konstantin Landa is a very strong grandmaster with a rating over 2600. But in this game, Avonder Liang managed to win this game. We haven't checked it anything, but already some very unregular variation. So now after knight d7, I think this was a blunder actually. Knight d7 was a blunder. Yes. Because you take on e6, give this check, you must play king d8, and then knight takes b7, and also, bishop f7, but you can also take on a5 if you want.
Yes.
But this is even stronger, I guess, because the rook is still trapped.
Yeah.
And you just take here, and after rook d8,
rook takes d7, and
you can and after rook takes d7, you play rook d1, and you're completely pinned everywhere.
Yeah.
An even more sadistic move may also be just bishop takes a5, taking another pawn. So this was knight d7 was quite serious blunder, completely missing this idea.
Yes.
Because after this, it looks like a forced win.
Yes. But normally, if you go back to this position, black is not worse actually in this position. It's a very okay position.
A normal move would be to castle.
Yes, to castle. Yes.
But maybe b. I don't know if he was afraid of b4 here.
They just take it and move the knight.
The idea was to play b5, but you take with check here.
I see, yeah.
So something like this. The idea was to play like this and this, this bishop.
Yeah.
But we take with check, actually.
But b4 is not the right move, I think. Something else. But black is a good game. Good game, not a bad game anyway here.
Well, many moves are better than allowing this knight takes e6.
Yes, of course. But castle is a normal move.
But the final position is tragic to see.
Hopeless, yeah. It will be 3 pawns at least up,
Sandro Marecco won his game today against young Norwegian player Johan Sebastian Christiansen. I can check this game quick. So this is this variation was it's not really is it this? Let's see, how is it like this knight e5,
Yes.
Yeah, this
c5 is not the.
But this is
right
this is the line Pavel Elyanov used against Nakamura in the last game in their match in the World Cup when he needed a draw. And the normal way, I mean, now he played Queen C7. The normal way of playing this variation is with Queen C8 actually. And because now after Queen C7 we see that Sandro played D4.
Yes.
The normal way to play this is with Queen C8, and the idea is that after castle you play this Knight C6, and after Knight takes, Queen takes. White have the bishop pair, but very solid position for Black here.
Yeah, he's solid. But the question is if you should play even the C5. I'm not sure about that.
But this is
here.
Yeah, normally played
bishop C6.
But this C5 is okay idea. It's okay variation for Black. This if you play this Queen C8 move, but, like this.
Yeah, well, I don't know. White has a bishop pair anyway.
Yeah, normally
play
this. I mean, the game between Nakamura and Pavel Elyanov went something like I cannot really remember what. Maybe Knight C3, or maybe it started with Queen A4, so we had to play Rook C8. I mean, something like this.
Yes.
I cannot really remember. It was something like this. White had the bishop pair, but Black is very solid. No weaknesses and
that is true.
good control. But instead he played this Queen C7, inviting this D4 move. The difference is now that you cannot take. With the Queen on C8 you can simply take on D4. So after bishop D6 comes F4. But now this looks very nice for White after this trade on E5. I would not really like to take this knight on E5 because, well, I mean, after knight G4, some of this structure is quite nice for White to have.
Yes, White is a good game. But this is a mistake, of course. He must play with the queens on the board. This is the only chance, because the endgame is practically lost, I would say.
Maybe Queen C8 looks normal. Must defend this pawn.
I was thinking of Queen B6, but maybe this is better. Maybe because you're coming with, well, with the idea is bishop C6, but if I play Rook D1, bishop C6.
I also maybe had an idea of playing F6, but it's probably quite dubious.
This weakening, the bishop C6, and
it's still better for White. You can play Rook D6 maybe.
Yeah, Rook D6 is okay.
We can trade.
Or taking and Queen B5 was also interesting. Taking and Queen B5. This endgame is very good for White. Very good for White,
So trading queens was a mistake.
This is trading queens in a worse position even, I suppose. And now
the knight.
It's
F6.
It takes just knight E6. Yeah.
And he wins a pawn now.
Yes.
And from this point it's this is easy now.
Yeah.
So he simply resigned here.
Yes. Yeah, that was good. Good how he finished him off there.
Han vann. We look at the game here between so we look at the game now between Borki Predojevic and Dmitry Andreikin. They are quite short on time now, only with 1.5 minutes each. And we can see what happened here. You can see in this position that Andreikin is really pushing for the full point here with extremely passive knights. White can barely move, and actually Borki just resigned after this move knight E2, which is a very nice move. The point is that black would of course like to go e3, but the pawn is pinned for the moment. But this knight e2 move, so if let's say we move the rook, we just play e3 and pick up this knight. And if we take, we play f3 check, and if king here, we cannot prevent this knight, this pawn from promoting. So knight e2 was a killer move here. Rook e2. I mean, we can just see quickly how he improved from this position. So basically, white didn't have any counterplay, and black just so it looked like a nice game from Andreikin's part. I mean, Borky didn't have a chance in this game, I would say.
Yes.
And this means, and we can also see on the second board that the game between Vidic and Almasi ended in a draw here. Which means that it is Andreikin, Adhiban. They are the only players now with 7.5 points, and the only two players who can catch them is Greenfeld and Smirin. And Smirin have lost a pawn in this position somehow. He tried this king e6 in order to avoid. I mean, they were in a move repetition, but they avoided it.
But
kept on playing.
He plays well, Smirin here. This is very dangerous.
This pawn is hard to defend.
King F. Bishop E8, good move.
Which means that white, very important move to have.
The only move. Yes.
Because otherwise black would get a passed pawn here on the a file, which would win.
He would win probably. But this was a good move.
But this keeps an extra pawn for white.
Yes.
But it's very easy for black to make a draw. You can, you can, for example, take here. And whatever you take with, I can play Bishop D5, and I trade this knight, and it's an easy draw.
Easy draw, but
this is probably. I thought that this was
immediately.
But it's the same idea. Yeah. It's the same idea. If you take here, this pawn will win, and if you take with the bishop, I suspect that he will play Bishop D5. I cannot imagine black trying to win this endgame.
No, probably not. But or if he can Bishop D5.
But you don't have to take immediately, of course.
No.
This is a threat, maybe.
Bishop Bishop E2, Bishop C6, Bishop D1.
But why?
And then he moves the king, and he gets out. Or he can play. White can play G4 and King G3 maybe to get out of the pin, but then Bishop D6 cannot get out of the pin.
So maybe
play Bishop E2 and Bishop D1.
Maybe this is needed.
Yeah. And if Bishop C6.
We have Dmitry Andreikin coming to the studio now. So we'll just take a short break in half a minute, and then we will be back. So we're back in the studio, and with me now is Dmitry Andreikin, who won his game the last round with black against Borky Predojevic. Yeah, you were favorite, or at least one of the favorites, to win the tournament before it started, and now you will at least share the victory. So, what can you say about this? What about this tournament or your performance here? Are you happy with the result in general?
Yes, I'm very happy. Tournament is not easy because I have a 3-row winners, but make 2 draws, and now of course I must win for black.
Yeah.
Very strong opponent, Borky Prijovic.
Yeah.
And now of course I need a win only.
Do you have any? Do you know if you will win? Have you looked at the other games? You know the results in the other games?
I don't have alternative today.
No, I mean now.
Now, not to.
So we saw a very unusual opening in this game.
Yes, H4 was a nice surprise for me. It's normal move, but of course
we remembered this other defense of the d4 knight f6.
Yes, it's very important. We know about game Carlsen maybe, but first game in history I think Bormakin Morozevich, and Morozevich prefer knight f6, e5 knight e5 knight h5. Swidler play sometimes the system too. But okay, here knight f6 is good move. Of course, it's great reduction for black.
Yeah, we had Adhiban in the studio, and he thought that maybe white should play h5 instead of e5, instead of here trying to go h5 here and sacrifice.
Maybe yes. I think knight h5.
Yeah, and he wanted to sacrifice, and Adhiban liked the white position. So now you have this defense, but with h4 instead of d4.
No, g4 is possible maybe, but okay.
What happened? g4?
Bishop e2, d6. Of course, white can't take on h5 because I can take, and knight c6. And after knight f3, take, and queen d5.
Yeah.
And here, of course, black have a good compensation. Next move, rook g8. d4 is the right move. I must take because I don't have bishop g7, g4, and after knight c6 he can play e6. It doesn't move because I must change queens. But okay, it's playable position. Knight c3 right move. Here I can take on e4, e5 maybe, but knight b5, king d8, bishop h5. And here I think white have some compensation. Maybe knight f3. I don't know, but okay, it's not interesting position. Bishop e6 is more rich move.
Yeah.
Knight h3 was surprise for me. I think knight f3 is normal move, and after h6, castle, bishop g7, rook e1.
Yep.
Maybe white hold this position, hold pawn on e5. I think this position is slightly better for black. But here I take. Very important moment. Maybe white can play knight b5.
And you castle?
Yes, of course. I calculate castle, take. I don't know what's evolution here. Of course, black have some initiative, more active pieces, but maybe not much better. b3 only move here, yes.
Why?
b3 is only move. In another option, white don't have pawn. Bishop g7. Oh, bishop g7 very important move, because after bishop s6, white can take, bishop b2, And after long castle, he have knight f4. Important move. And after bishop g7, f4. I don't have checks.
Yeah.
And after bishop g7 here, maybe knight f4 to castle, knight c5. No. Okay, bishop g7.
But this looked good for you somehow.
Yes, of course. I
Almost
was very
winning.
happy here at this moment. Another option, bishop b2, but here I have knight f4. He must take. Okay, black have material advantage.
Maybe winning, yeah.
Yes, maybe winning. Bishop h5 is good move. And knight d3, I think only move, because my first idea was take on h5, but here white
bishop b2
can play. No, I think take. After bishop b2, I have long castle.
Knight
f4.
Knight a4?
Now, knight f4 here, bishop b5. Important moment.
Okay,
but maybe
F4.
it's possible too, yes. f4.
F takes e.
Maybe bishop takes c5. Because here I have bishop e8.
Maybe rook f1. But you're a pawn up.
Yes, maybe it's possible. Knight d3.
Yeah.
Good move. King d1 only move. And here my first idea was take now, but white can play bishop b2. I thought it's important moment, because after rook d8 white can't play bishop b2.
Yeah.
And here black have advantage too, but maybe not much. Check. f3. No, it's good position too for black. 5 e5.
It's almost the same.
Yes. But I think in the game I played better.
Yeah.
Rook d8, beautiful move. After c takes d3, I can take, will check. And here after king e2, bishop e6, I think it's winning position for black.
Yeah.
Force winning, because very beautiful moment after knight e4, will idea knight c5. I have only move rook h3 check. Will win material. But I'm not sure about king c2, because I can take and king d2 or d1. But I don't know what is it. No, okay, I have draw, of course, after rook d3, rook c3. But how I can play for win?
This could happen in the game, yeah?
Yes. Now, I calculate some options here. One moment. Rook d3, king c2, bishop a6, bishop e2 on the move, rook c3, king d1, take on e2, take, rook c2, maybe least position. I have 4 pawns against piece. Maybe I can play castle here.
Yeah.
Will big initiative and much pawns. But maybe it was better for white, because after bit c4, knight f2, knight c1 is possible too, but after take, rook b1, bishop d2, important check. Black have great position with extra pawn, but I don't know about realization here. King e3 only move because after knight d5 I take on.
But you can take on h1.
Maybe h1, yes, and next move c6.
Yeah.
As I went piece everywhere. And after knight e2 I have check on g3.
Yeah.
No, after bishop b2. Okay, knight f3 only, king f3 only move, take. No, important check. Because if I take here, white can play bishop f3 here. And maybe it's not easy. Because I need to give a check, take, bishop b2, knight. Okay, here I don't have force and win, because after h6 he have knight h3, and I don't have f5, h5.
Yeah, if knight e4 you take on g4 and
yes.
f5 checked.
Yes. But my first idea was castle. And now if he played rook b1 for example, I have h6, knight h3 and f5.
Yeah.
Will win piece, but bishop, but after castle he can play bishop h3, and it's some better reduction for white.
Yeah.
Then we have a game. Because now I have f5, e5 will tempo.
And the knight is bad on h3 now.
Yeah. Yes. I think it's technical winning position, but in practically not easy. Of course here I think he can play c3, c6, bishop knight e3, king e6 and knight f2, and maybe hold this position because my rook don't have squares.
And if g5 it takes and play g4.
Yes, yes. It's winning too, but not easy. And here g5, important moment.
So if it takes?
If you take, I take. And
the knight is trapped.
Yes. Maybe f4 is bad move. I don't know. Maybe I can play g4 in g2 and rook d8, and next move h5,
and then f4 or rook d2.
Yes, because in the game I think he has some chances. King g2, king f5. Rook d7 is normal move because after rook d8, d2 he can play g4 here. Okay, and in this position I think he can play knight f1.
Yeah.
With idea g4, and I don't know how I can play. I played g4, but
with the idea.
Well, idea h5, rook d8, and maybe king d6, king c5. Yeah. But it's not very easy. After take knight c2, c5, maybe it's not only move. Maybe I can play rook d h7. Okay, c5, g4, rook d2, king f4. Yes, and my first idea was f3, king g3, rook f2, king f2, king f4, rook d1, e3.
Yeah.
E3. h2. Rook takes a2, and this endgame is winning, I think, but of course I need some time here, because my next move, a pawn forward.
But rook e2 was a very nice move.
Yes, rook e2 is beautiful and quickly. Okay, I have to take f3.
And you make queen, and the idea was you want to play this, but the pawn is pinned, yeah? So if this, you have e3 now.
Yes, of course.
With these wins. Okay, congratulations to this game, and we could also see that it was a draw on the third board between Greenfeld and Smiri, and this means that the only two players with 7.5 point is it's you and Adhiban. So you will be first or second place in this tournament. So
I prefer first.
Yeah, you prefer first. Okay. But okay, I have no favorite for the first place, but you have played a great tournament and some really interesting chess, in my opinion. And well, thank you very much for showing the game, and good luck in the future.
Thank you.
So we will take a short break, and when we're back, Ulf will join me as well. So we are back, and with me now in the studio is a gentleman called Anders Wengholm, and you are you're playing in the tournament as well, but you're also representing the Swedish Chess Academy here called Svenska Schackakademin, and you are one of the sponsors to this big event at Hasselbacken. We want you to tell us about your engagement to this tournament, and why you think it's a good idea to sponsor an event like this.
Well, in the first place, the Chess Academy, that's their main reason for being, is to promote chess whenever and in any way we can, and typically we sponsor with money that we have raised in different fashions, and sometimes we sponsor with our time. And I don't know the exact number of the persons that are members in the Swedish Chess Academy, but there of course are all the grandmasters, and I guess there is about 20-25 persons maybe that
the common denominator is that you have a great interest in chess. Otherwise, you wouldn't be there. And so we're very happy to sponsor this event. A fantastic tournament. Well, I guess the strongest one in Sweden, and of course we want to be here and in other places where we can do some good.
Yeah, and you are not you're not a part of the Swedish Chess Federation, but you're rather a private kind of association that wants to support the Swedish chess tournaments, players, or in other ways try to help to promote the chess in Sweden. Yes.
Yes, we do the best we can, and I was suggested that they speaking for myself, why I'm involved there. I've been a keen chess player for almost 50 years now, and everybody has some connection with chess, obviously, and we love chess. Otherwise, we have other work. There are people in the government there, and culture workers and business people, and but we all love chess, and we all want to be involved and promote chess the best way we can.
Yeah. Sometimes when I hear people talk about the Swedish Chess Federation in general, often the question comes up what the general goal is for the Swedish chess. What do we want to spend our money on, or what do we want to involve in the Swedish Chess Association? So, since you are not part of this, but you are have your own association, this Swedish Chess Academy, do you have a goal for the chess in general in Sweden?
No, I don't think it's an organization that can push things so much on its own. I mean, that has to come through the Swedish Chess Federation or anything. It's like any academy, we just want to promote chess, I think, and the best way we can. And we don't have any other agenda or part to play, and it's not terribly. I mean, we all do other things the whole time. So we get together a couple of times a year, and there is a committee that go through what gets sponsored and what gets not, and just try to make a good effort. And like any human activity, you can always think, can I do better and everything like that. But we're doing the best we can.
I was just thinking because right now I think that maybe the Swedish Chess Federation, they put most of their effort for like chess in school and so on, and try to get as many members as possible, and trying to make chess more accepted in general in the society. But my feeling is that the Swedish Chess Academy likes to promote maybe elite tournaments, or try to support maybe elite players. If I was just wondering if you have any particular, you don't really, you would like to Sweden to get better players, I suppose. Even more players as well. We want to have everything, but everybody cannot do everything.
No, well, again, it's not set up, that organization, that we can involve. It's a great tournament when you get involved all those kids, fourth graders and everything, but it's too much work for us in the academy. It's too big a task. Someone else had to carry that weight, and instead we go for more specific things like big tournaments, and support some players, individual players at times, I think. But I think the main emphasis is really on tournaments.
Yeah. And I think I can speak for everybody when I say that initiatives and associations like this are is of course appreciated, and the chess in Sweden we need as much help as we can get, and as many sponsors as we can get, to make events like this happen and make good things happen in general.
Yes.
So I think most players are very grateful, and this tournament that you played in this tournament yourself, so you can be the one to judge how this event turned out.
It was very strong.
Yeah.
I think to begin with, I think there were two players from the academy that played also, one, Lennart Johansson, and very strong, and was like anybody else, disappointed with the points every here and there, but still, there's a lot of good players, lot of good players, and with the promotion, it's like I said, it's strangely enough there are not enough people that have found out the beauty of chess yet the way we have done. It's I don't know if it's competing with a lot of things, but it's great that the many good players that are here that have discovered chess and love chess.
Yeah, and I mean, we play in a fantastic venue here with many players. I don't know how many, 300 or something players are now playing in the tournament, and of course many strong grandmasters, strong players that we have never seen playing in Sweden before, and many of the Swedish players have had chances to play against these strong grandmasters, and many of the Swedish players have done some great results as well, I think, and have had the chances that they maybe couldn't get before this event.
Yes.
So I think that in general the players here are quite happy with the opportunities that this tournament gave them.
Yeah, that's great. And I can also imagine we have the next big thing coming up for us at the Chess Academy. It's on 3rd of June, I think it is, at Gallerian. It was arranged last year. I think a huge success that there is 16 persons, some of them from the Chess Academy, but also other person well known in some sort of way, and playing in teams with people, young students coming from the school outside of Stockholm, and we play make an exhibition and try to make a lot of fun around it, and it got a lot of publicity last year, and I hope everybody that can will show up on Gallerian at 3rd of June. I don't know the exact time, sometimes in the afternoon.
Yeah, and we were both there last year, and I think it was a very successful event, and for showing chess in public like that, because it was many people who barely knows how to play chess, and they stayed and watched how this event was, and looked at the games, and it was crowded and very fun event. And you will participate this year as well?
I think so. It's typically I live on the west coast of Sweden, and I'm not that often in Stockholm. But for some reason, I'm going to be here 4 weekends in May, and maybe that 3rd in June. So that will almost be 5 weekends in a row or something like that. So I'm not quite sure yet, but I would love to participate.
So, well, do you have anything else to add, or?
No.
Then I thank you for promoting chess, and for playing and being a part of the Swedish Chess Academy. So Anders Wengholm, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
I think we're going on a short break, and we'll be back soon. So we are back in the studio, and with me again is this young, extremely talented Nihal Sarin from India, 11 years old. And today it was the last round, and you were playing black against the very strong grandmaster Rozentalis. So, what was your thoughts before this game? You prepared a lot yesterday?
He got me out of preparation.
Okay.
I prepared only bishop b5 check. He used to play it all the time.
He played it in the tournament earlier as well against Hasselbacken, I think.
Yes, and mainly he plays this, not d4.
So he took with the queen. And a6. So here you want to play it like a dragon without queens, yeah? Instead of going e6.
Yes. e6 maybe, d6 pawn is weak. I thought of bishop c7 here, which is
here.
Yeah.
Want to go here?
Maybe bishop g4, knight b6, rook e8, h3. If bishop f3 is knight d7 mate.
Yeah, you can show this one. Quite nice. So then you must move the bishop.
No, bishop b2. This was.
Yeah. And now.
A rook b1, bishop c3 check, and just a pawn up.
Yeah. So. Castle, knight f6.
Maybe bishop g4 also was interesting.
Bishop e2.
Maybe, and knight f6.
Like this.
But I thought I'll develop knight first. So.
Yeah.
h3. I can't go bishop g4 now.
Yeah.
So I played bishop e6.
But this looks good for you now, because you play.
Okay.
Yeah, you play king g7, and there is no attack, and you can put the rook on c file. Yeah.
Yes.
So a3 and g4. What did you think of this move?
I think it was okay, not bad. But it's weakening f4 square.
Yeah.
King b1. I thought a lot here. I thought which rook to put on c8.
Yeah.
So I decided to put h rook.
Yeah. We thought that you played this rook because you wanted to trick him to play g5 somehow, because you can always put this rook and it's harder for him to play g5. But you.
Rook c8. My plan was to put other rook on b8 and b5 b4 something.
Yeah, something like this.
Okay, that was also there.
Like this. Yeah. But now he wanted to play g5.
I played b5.
So you want to play like this, yeah? And now g5. And what did you think of g5?
I think it was dangerous for me.
Dangerous for you, yeah?
A bit.
You don't? No.
Not much, but I don't have my rook on h8.
Yeah.
But I'll bring it back.
A bishop c4 was a good move, yeah?
Maybe. I thought of bishop g2. Running b3. And I thought of b4 here. b3, ba3. Knight b4.
And so h4. So he cannot really take.
Rook a b8.
And now the rook comes back, yeah? Sorry.
To prevent h5.
Yeah, prevent h5. And you want to put pressure on this pawn, yeah?
Yes.
So f4, rook h5. And here we looked at your game here and we thought that you were better, but
not clear.
Sorry?
It's not very clear, but it's.
But
I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought it was equal.
we liked your position here with the rooks and this pawn, but the only question was how you make progress from this position. So what was your idea here? After bishop f2, you played e5.
I wanted to weaken his pawn structure as he can play f5 now.
Yeah, we looked at this move maybe.
I planned bishop e7.
Okay. Yeah. So e5 takes. But now it looks even better for you.
Maybe.
With this pawn being weak, and this pawn can also be attacked, yeah?
Yes.
So bishop g3.
I play knight c4 here.
And how did you evaluate this position?
I don't know. I think I was slightly better, somewhat.
And c3 is forced.
I was worried of b3 actually.
b3. And then
knight a3, king c1.
Ah, sorry, I must protect that.
Rook c8 something. Rook f2. Rook c5, rook h2. So I can't.
Bishop e7.
But the knight looks a bit uncomfortable. Yeah. Maybe this was okay. He played c3 and I played bishop h4. I calculated some variations with knight d2 check coming.
So if it takes here,
knight d2 check.
You can check.
Knight f1. Rook h4.
And you're a pawn up.
King d3, rook h2, and it looks okay.
Yeah. Instead he played bishop takes. And now you took, which it's the same line, yeah, but with knights. So if it takes like this, we have the same end game here.
Yes.
But now you're a pawn up.
But it's not very easy.
No.
Maybe it is.
Knight f3.
I played g5. I played g4. Pawn was one for me. I calculated king f1, gf3, king f2, king e5, king f3, d5. Take b3 is only move. a5 I planned.
You want to go a4, yeah?
Yes,
and you're winning here?
Yes, it's a tier 1 finding.
Knight d4. And did you think that you were winning now?
I thought, but I'm not sure. I didn't see knight b4. Okay, anyway, after I saw knight h4 check, g2, knight f4, he has some drawing chances.
Yeah.
I played king h1 because knight g6 is a blunder here. Maybe I lose. Take a knight h4.
Yeah. And now he must
but still I was not sure. Now I play knight c8 and now I'm winning. Now it's Zhang.
So it looks like a very nice game from your side. Already from some unusual opening, but from this point it looked like you played very well, defending, developing everything on the right squares, and
I don't know rook. I thought of rook a8 or rook h8 for a long time.
Yeah, then he will not play on the same idea, I guess, but he can
But I wanted to keep the other rook on b8 and attack.
Yeah. So you provoked him to play this.
No, I just.
No, but I mean he could not play maybe g5 if your rook was here.
Yes,
but you want to have this rook here.
placed good on h8, but still.
Yeah, but you were in time to come back now.
Yes.
Here. So he never got the chance to play h5.
No.
And here
I thought rook d1 was a good move.
This and bishop e7.
But I don't know.
But it still looks good for you, yeah?
I thought it was equal.
But yeah, in general, a very good technique. I like this move. Bishop takes h4.
I thought long. I thought another variation that was bishop h4 as he played.
Yeah.
Rook h4. Rook h4. b3.
Here.
But I have idea knight e3 and rook e4.
Yeah.
Like
this.
Rook e4.
So congratulations to this good result. You took 6.5 points, right? So very good result for you. Do you know if you made IM norm here in this tournament?
No.
You didn't?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay. But I mean, congratulations to the result anyway, and this great victory today. And as I said yesterday, we of course wish you good luck in the future and the nearest coming tournaments. So thank you. So we take a short break and then we will do the last session for today with just a summary of this last round of Hasselbacken Chess Open. Welcome back to this last session, my summary of this final round in Hasselbacken Chess Open. So it was, of course, very important round. I mean, for these 10 players with 6.5 points, this tournament have been so have been so so tight all the time, because we have never seen a sole leader under these 9 rounds. The first place have always been shared, and after this final round we can see that it was 2 players who reached 7.5 points. It was Dmitry Andreikin, who won with the black pieces against Borki Predodjevic, and it was also Adhiban who won a very nice attacking game against Viktor Mikhailevsky. So one of these 2 players will win the tournament, and before this round, Andreikin had 0.5 better bush hold than the Adhiban, and in case of the same bush hold, Andreikin will win the tournament, since he had 5 black games and Adhiban had 5 white games. So and this will not be decided until all the games in the whole tournament in this last round is over. And there were many players who got 7 points. On the second board we had the Vidic and Almasi. It was a draw. They have 7 points. Greenfeld and Smirin played a draw, so they also get 7 points. On the 5th board we had Van Forest against Tkachev. They also played a draw. It was 7 points for them. On the 6th board Alexei Shirov won, and he also have 7 points. And then all results are not yet. We have still 2 games running here on board 8 and 9. They can probably Kiran may get to 7 points as well, but it will be many players with 7 points, and they will share third till almost to place 15. But if to summarize this round, on the first board, Andreikin looked like a very failed opening experiment from Borki Predodjevic that backfired quite seriously. And from this point in the game, Andreikin, it was almost completely winning at this point already, I think. And maybe the most spectacular game of this day was Adhiban's, crushing victory against Mikhailevsky. He was almost already winning from his preparation. It looked like, very many interesting games today, and we can just look at the positions that are the games that are still going on. We have this end game between Libichevsky and Seturaman, and the winner of this game can get 7 points and share the third place. You can see that it's equal pawns, and probably it's hard to tell. I guess that white should be the one with the better chances, since this king can, maybe even come to e4. This e3 pawn may be in trouble, even though if we try to pick it up, it looks like black can try to get his own activity, but it doesn't look like white can lose, at least. And this game was maybe more promising. This game between Samuel Savian and Sasikirian. We saw this kind of Breyer defense in Ruy Lopez, where it looked like Savian didn't get anything with the white pieces, and black got nice activity here in the end game. Actually, he eventually won a pawn. But instead, he could have won a pawn in different ways earlier, but now he tried to play with this pawn on e2 instead, rather than just taking a pawn. Well, I'm not sure. Of course, it's black that tries to do anything. The only question is if white can prevent this pawn of queening. I mean, if black can force white to sacrifice a piece for it, then black is of course winning. But with this move g5, I'm not sure. I mean, the idea was of course to play knight f4, but he was afraid of king f3 probably. That's why he played g5 now, to just protect this knight. And the knight would like to go to d3, and if he's allowed to play knight d3, he's already winning. So I don't know if Savian can put up some resistance here, but it looks like it's quite dangerous for white. So Sasikira may catch those players with 7 points. But yeah, we will not get the full all results and the final list until all games are played. There are of course many boards. This is a very big event. It's more than just those games we have looked at. Actually, it's around 100 and more than 140 boards each round. And yeah, this will be our last broadcast now here from Hasselbacken Chess Open. For this was the hotel that we play in are called Hasselbacken, but this was a 150 years anniversary for the chess club Stockholm Chess Society, called Stockholms Schacksällskap on Swedish. So we will probably not see this event the next year or the coming next year, but maybe we can have a 175 or 200 year anniversary in the future. So this event was of course very big success, or an amazing event for us in Sweden, since we're not used to see, or we have basically never seen an open tournament of this caliber in Sweden before, with so many strong grandmasters and so many participants, and just a fantastic event. And so I can I only heard positive things from the players and from others about this tournament so far, and I hope that everybody appreciated this broadcast that I've been doing now during 9 days, together with mostly together with the grandmaster and Swedish chess hero Ulf Andersson, but also 2 days together with Nils Grandelius, #1 player in Sweden right now. So I think that this is it for me under this Hasselbacken Chess Open. You can still, of course, watch the games that are still going on and are in progress. So, well, that's it for me this time. So thank you for watching, and yeah, that's all we have to say about Hasselbacken Chess Open.